Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our Municipal Council agenda for Tuesday, October 20th, 2020. I'd like to call this meeting to order at this time and ask if there are any declarations of interest. Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, I believe you are going to update our agenda for us, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So with respect to your item E, the Overholt fill permit application, staff have received late last night and early this morning additional correspondences, which we've uploaded on the agenda. Correspondence from Taylor, Arnold, Hudson, and Pratt. And in addition, we have guest speakers that are on the line and waiting until we get to that item. If I receive anything in the meantime, Madam Mayor, we will also provide council that after the meeting's done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're at community announcements at this time. To Councillor Crone and your family, I extend condolences on the passing of your mother, Ruby, on September 23rd at the age of 89. She was a wonderful lady, and I know that she will be very much missed. Condolences to you and your family. This past weekend, on behalf of Council and the Youth and Community Initiatives Fund, I presented EG Proficiency Award to Jonathan Zhu, grade 12 graduate of Sacred Heart Catholic High School. He received the highest marks at that school, and it was such a pleasure to meet with the young man. He's at Ryerson and has a very exciting future ahead of him in his chosen field. Also, on behalf of Council, I presented a certificate to Mr. Russell Pegg in Mount Albert in celebration of his 95th birthday. He was a delight to meet. Also would like to congratulate the East Gwillimbury Farmers Market on a wonderful season. This year was certainly more challenging than others, and I want to thank the committee and all the vendors who showed up each week to bring this great farmers market to our community. I know that a lot of our residents and some from outside of our area certainly enjoyed the produce throughout the year. Councillor Roy DeClemente, I believe that you have an announcement as well.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. It's Ontario Public Library Week this week, and I just wanted to acknowledge that today. And if the clerk could assist, our library board, and I'm a trustee on our library board, but our library board has prepared a short video to share with you and with the community at large. It's going live later this morning on the library's social media channels, but I thought I would release it here, a sneak peek for you folks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. In March, our library closed its physical doors and reopened as a virtual space, so our customers could continue to read, create, play, and grow during the COVID-19 pandemic. It was a challenge that our team rose to. From virtual programming to curbside pickup, I am proud of our staff's innovation in transforming our programs and services to meet our community's needs.
It is extremely important that the messages around social distance and measures around that are really followed by our residents.
Into the phone, everybody will hear it, so we only talk when...
Hello there, Miss Marianne, and I'm here, and here is my dog.
You can see there's 31 people.
I'm glad you could join me. Hey, I've got an idea. Let's play Drive the Bus.
Definitely tested this, so we knew it was going to be this way.
Wait, airshifted. There we go.
Libraries are a very important pillar in our community, and there is no different here in East Gwillimbury. Our residents rely on services provided by our library daily, from books to computer use to program delivery. The COVID-19 pandemic has presented some serious challenges, a situation we've never faced before. Today, I want to thank the incredible, dedicated, and innovative staff who work in our libraries. Faced with such adverse conditions, they've managed to continue to provide library services and programs for our residents. While these look very different and the delivery was virtual, I know your creativity and efforts are very much appreciated by our community. On behalf of our council, thank you for the wonderful job that you are doing and for being there for all of us.
In late March of 2020, the doors of our library unexpectedly closed to the public due to the spread of COVID-19. I am proud of our library's dedicated team for their quick response to ensuring that the community of East Gwillimbury had access to digital resources. Moreover, that children could still see the face of their favorite storytime friends, that parents accessing e-learning content had a helpful librarian to guide them, and that people working from home could borrow Wi-Fi hotspots. East Gwillimbury Library came through for our community even when the doors were closed. On behalf of the board, I wanted to recognize the staff of our library for their innovation and effort to maintain community connection and learning during this pandemic. Our heartfelt thanks to all of you.
Thank you very much for your indulgence, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased
Thank
that
you.
we had the opportunity to recognize this achievement. Thanks again.
Thank you, and thank you to the board and all of the staff. The library is such an important part of our community. Thank you. With that, we will move to item D, COVID-19 updates. Councillor Persicini, did you have a question?
I just have a couple of announcements.
Oh, I apologize, please. Go ahead.
Just a reminder for the Chamber of Commerce, they're holding their the business award at the drive-in Thursday, October 29th, 5:30 to 11. Tickets are $50 to purchase, and I will try to be there, and should be a good night for the awards. It's different, and also want to give my condolence to the family and Mr. Plater passed away, who worked with me many, many years for the Run-a-thon when we first started. He was a great guy, and I think he got over 850 condolences on Facebook. I just want to give my heart goes to all the family and a good person in the community, and to his wife and the family. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other items from members of council? I'm not seeing any. Okay, thank you. We will move on to our COVID-19 update.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Welcome again. Welcome to our council and staff team and members of the public viewing today's session. Our regular update always starts with council on the COVID-19 control group and what activities have happened, and they've been significant in these last 2 weeks. On Monday, the province ordered York Region and its Confederation of Municipalities into a modified Stage 2 program. And we joined Ottawa, City of Toronto, and Peel as the areas in the province that have been put into this zone. It'll have a very significant impact over the coming month on our businesses and establishments where people congregate, but we're very hopeful that it's the right thing to do, and we'll move on. We are going to today have updates from Angela Ramsey, our library CEO, and Aaron Karmazin, our general manager of Community Parks, Recreation and Culture. I can start off by saying we do have a plan and we do have a strategy. With respect to libraries, Angela will lay out our modified approach. And with respect to primarily our arena facilities, this moves us to half capacity. And with respect to our minor sports groups, the Hockey Association and the Figure Skating Association. And we've had extensive discussions with those groups. We have a plan that we're presenting today that will keep our arenas open at this modified capacity. And we are proposing to offer reduced rates to these groups for this 30-day period as well. Some other things that I would like to cover off up front are the medical officer of health last week of York Region, Dr. Kareem Kurji, announced that the app from the federal app that has been available is well advised to be put in. Our members of council discussed it recently, and we have now all town provided phones and or funded phones are required to have that app. And we're strongly recommending other individuals in our organization and in the community download the app as well as a tool for combating this pandemic. A couple other things I'd like to hit on before I pass it over is our meeting schedule. In effective March and starting in April, we moved to digital, which was new for us and all other municipalities in the affected areas. And we've been primarily meeting during the day, and we've had input and discussion at the council level that we have to open the door and offer more avenues. And so what we're proposing is our schedule will be moving forward effective November. We will meet on the first Tuesday of the month at this time, 10 o'clock a.m. The second meeting of the month, the Tuesday, which is used for council workshops, will be at 10 a.m. and will be held as required. What we're proposing is changes to this date in particular. So what we're proposing is we would hold a regular meeting at 10 o'clock a.m. We would also add a 6 o'clock p.m. session. The 6 o'clock p.m. session would be intended to be for topics such as statutory public meetings or topic areas which require maybe larger, broader public consultation. And we will place items on there such as the budget, large scale applications, things like town logo and other matters as well, things that have community-wide impact. As well, council will reserve the right, if they feel necessary, to populate that with topics as well. And so we think that we're a very transparent and open organization, and that this would be a well-advised move to take on over the next coming months. And we will be bringing forward a full schedule for the new year in November, which will, at least for the first 3 to 6 months, look at a modified approach as we are currently undertaking. On that note, Madam Mayor, I would ask to pass it on to first Angela Ramsey, our library CEO, and then to General Manager Aaron Karmazin.
Thank you, Mr. Webster.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council. Out of an abundance of caution and to mirror the efforts from our neighboring libraries, we have closed off our stacks for browsing. So what this means is customers cannot come into the library to go to the shelves to pick out their own material. Rather, we'll have the front desk open. The library will remain open for the same amount of hours that we're currently open, and customers can come in and request material, and our staff will go retrieve it. You can also request material online or by calling or emailing the library. We will still continue to offer in-person checkouts, hold pickups, returns, and 1-hour computer use, and printing and photocopying services. We will also continue to offer curbside by request. We will operate in this manner for 28 days and continue to follow public health guidelines. And we will still remain at the 10 limit occupancy, which we have in place already. And we are seeing good usage of the library, so we'll continue on this way. And I just wanted to report that Almost all of our customers are complying with all the public health regulations, other than a few members of the public that were exempt from mask use. But otherwise, we've had great feedback on being open. That's for my update. Are there any questions?
Questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Angela.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. From CPRC, in addition to the information provided in the memo, Community Parks, Rec and Culture staff have met with both minor hockey and the skating club in efforts to safely resume operations with practice and training ice only at the EG Sports Complex for mid this week. Ice times would be limited and reduced to participation of 10, and that includes coaches and instructors with no spectators or caregivers. Unfortunately, this will affect some of the younger age groups, in particular those U7 age groups that do require a caregiver in addition to the association staff. Town staff are also recommending and seek council support for a cost-effective 50% reduction in the ice rates for a 30-day period. And we'll reassess this reduction based on operating conditions related to COVID. The rationale is that the 50% reduction is associated with a participation rate reduction of 50% per hour of ice use. And this loss of revenue is estimated at approximately $10,000 to $15,000. And this amount will be managed within the approved CPRC operating budget. I'd also like to add that virtual programs will continue with, we had registration of virtual and in-person programs of approximately 650 residents. And some of the programs that are permitted under the restrictions will safely continue at our community centers. And I'd just like to add and note that CPRC limited registration to 10 participants and under with any programs prior to the latest restrictions being implemented. And I'd also like to thank our sports organizations and our residents for their patience and for working with us through these evolving times. I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Are there any questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any. Mr. Carmazin, thank you very much to yourself and your staff. I know you were looking for creative options throughout the entire weekend trying to address the announcement that came out on Thursday, and I think that our community should be very happy with what we found. It's not that it's exactly like business as usual, but it certainly allows our young people to get on the ice and participate in their sports. Thank you.
So, Madam Mayor, that concludes our COVID update for today.
Thank you very much. I do see some questions now. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is just a question, and I'm not sure that Mr. Webster would have an answer, but just something that I've been thinking about. So we've been getting some emails from concerned residents about increase in numbers in East Gwillimbury specifically. Is there any protocol or any thing that would happen from York Region Public Health? What numbers would, say, East Gwillimbury have to have before York Region Public Health would come in and say, let's have a real good look at what's going on in East Gwillimbury to see if there's something different here than other municipalities, to give us a little bit of help if we required it. I just wonder if there's any protocol that would speak to that.
Mr. Webster?
Madam Mayor, I could start that. In my discussions with the fellow CAOs and Bruce McGregor, one thing that's become clear is the province is starting to take a much more diligent look at enforcement. And York Regional Police and primarily the southern municipalities have started ticketing folks that are just not playing by the rules. Okay, so that's one item. We check on a weekly basis, a daily basis with our enforcement area, and we have not had a lot of issues. Initially we did when there was a lot of confusion, but we haven't had a lot of issues of people congregating and just basically breaching the orders and laws that are required to make this go away. So we continue to follow that quickly. As far as numbers, we're still relatively low in East Gwillimbury compared to some of the larger municipalities, but we are part of the Confederation. I know at Regional Council, there was some discussions just recently about maybe having 2 sets of rules in York Region, but I think that went nowhere quickly, as it would just lead to public confusion. So that's sort of on the numbers side. I could ask Rob, Chief McKenzie. He sits as part of our REOC group, which is the Emergency Control Group, and they're more plugged into the regional emergency coordination and the numbers and the stats. Rob, do you have anything that you would be able to add to Councillor Foster's inquiry?
Good morning, Tom, and good morning, everybody. No, actually, the numbers are continue to rise within the region, within within East Gwillimbury. The number has increased, but moderately. So I really can't add anything at this point.
Councillor Persicini. You're muted. You're muted.
Sorry, they asked us to be muted and I forget. I echo what Councillor Foster said. I also be getting a lot of emails. I've been, correct me if I'm wrong, but I've been saying to them, basically, because Toronto, we were open and Toronto was closed, like a lot of people crossing the border here, and we can't close our borders from Steele on. I'm sure a lot of people came to York Region. How do we know where the numbers are? Are people visiting us a lot before? Because the numbers all of a sudden spiked up really crazy. And I didn't have the answer. I said, maybe, I said, all these people are shopping, in, which we like that, they're giving us money in York Region, but maybe they're coming from Toronto because everything was shut down. The restaurants are all they were open here. And could that be the case? That's the first question. And second, I don't know what else we could do, but except York Regional Police and enforcement people going around and trying to figure out. But if we could have specific numbers, and maybe we do already have, how many from the old age home in East Gwillimbury? Is it for whatever they come and break them down so people understand, and maybe they're sort of, everybody seems to be upset and they want answers. I don't have the answers. Thanks.
Mr. Webster.
You are correct. The tracing of this is one of the real challenges that York Region and other organizations have, contact tracing. And one of the challenges from the first wave is in the first wave, quite often there would be, in the cases, maybe 6 to 10 contact points, if not less. Now they're finding multiple digits of folks, and part of the reason is schools are open, universities are open, colleges are open. People are attending these. They're enlarging their social circles. They're coming home, and it's very difficult for York Region to track on what the origin is. I did hear the Premier comment this week that one of the concerns was that now that they've put York Region and its residents in this red zone or criteria, they don't want residents going to fitness centers in Simcoe County. They specifically spoke to, stay home and stay within your boundaries and limit your social circles. So that's what we're trying to do at this point. And, it's another good reason for downloading the app. To be frank, I think that the app is a good step in allowing for the tracing and the contact points, and it's one of the reasons that the Medical Officer of Health in York Region is recommending it.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers and then Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think what residents are concerned with is that huge spike we saw in the last week. And because we're small, a few extra cases means that it's a huge percentage. So the question is it a one-off? Did some testing just get caught up, or is it a trend? And we won't know that for a while. But is it possible to drill down in the data to look at where these spikes are coming from within our town? There's a big difference between Mount Albert and Holland Landing. And I think that would help residents if we knew whereabouts within our municipality they were coming from, just in general, east, west, north, south. And also what age group. Are these the kids that we're seeing all hanging out at the skate park, or are these, you know, as Councilor Cini said, people in our long-term care? Have we drilled down to the data to look at that?
I could commit that we certainly could ask for that. We've started getting the numbers, but now the next layer of the numbers is really where the interest lies. We're hearing that. So we will follow up. Again, I will, this initiative is chaired by Mark Valchich and Chief Mackenzie. Mark, did you have anything you wanted to add to potentially getting better fact and better statistics?
Thank you, Tom. No, only to suggest that we have regular and ongoing contact, not only through Chief Mackenzie with the regional CEMC and in the other CEMCs throughout the region, but also with the Regional Medical Office of Health. And so we will continue to sort of pursue, in general terms, to Councillor Crothers' point, you know, where are we seeing the incidents, and are they sort of aggregated in one area, or are they sort of evenly dispersed, and sort of what demographic, you know, appears to be, you know, at the heart of kind of the most recent transmission trends. And so we will continue to pursue that as part of our ongoing conversations, which we have virtually daily.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just with regards to numbers and stats, I actually went onto the York Region website a few days ago on, I think it was October 16th. You can do a download of the data and slice and dice it. And so as of the 16th of October, we had 22 new cases in East Gwillimbury. And half of them were from people in their 20s. And so the rest were spread out amongst all the other decades of age groups. So I think, you know, if as a parent, you know, I have a 20-something-year-old at home, and, you know, I had a you know, her mother and I are always having conversations, probably more than she would prefer, reminding her about safety. But you know what, she takes it seriously. So I think it's incumbent upon parents to have those conversations with their 20-somethings at home, because that's the largest group where the numbers are coming from. And you know, and we know one of them, when they break it down, you know, 10 are still under investigation, but you know, 10 are from close contact, so that's people looking after people that have COVID-19. One is from a workplace outbreak, and one is from local transmission. So that number is not too bad, but it's the 10 that are still under investigation that concern me. So I would, if I'm giving any advice, have that conversation with folks that, you know, they're in their 20s. They have COVID fatigue. They're getting sick of it. I know I am, but we still have to be vigilant. I would love to have data from the different communities, whether it's Holland Landing, Mount Albert, Queensville, Sharon, what have you. I think that would be interesting to know, but I think we still, regardless of that information, we still have to be vigilant and be careful. I just thought I'd share that information. It's on my Facebook page if you'd like it as well.
Thank you very much. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of thoughts. One, just further to the numbers, when people are looking for sort of geographic sense, the region's website also has a map that you can click on, and the map shows hexagons, and those hexagons, you can use a date range and you can actually look and see what the testing rate per 100,000 people would be. So it gives you a sense of population ratios versus positive cases. So that gives you a bit of a sense, and I'm not going to go into the details of what I saw there, but you can sort of see some of the hexagons are darker colored than others, which show you a higher rate of infection in that particular neighborhood. So that's, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. A couple of thoughts just to move on from the numbers would, two things. One is there's another angle of the messaging that I've been getting, and that is people are reaching out with respect to Halloween and the announcement or the suggestions that were made yesterday. People are expressing some concern about events that are being planned and promoted on Facebook groups, parades, alternative trick-or-treating and that sort of thing. And they were looking to us to provide some guidance and leadership on that. I was hesitant to suggest that there was anything we could really do in an official form, but certainly just wanted to reiterate that, as we have been doing, that we should continue to share the messaging that's coming from the province and the region about the recommendations and how to have a safe Saturday on the 31st. So I just wanted to kind of reiterate that there's been that sort of that flare coming through the messages that I'm getting. And then finally, perhaps on a bit more of an optimistic or hopeful note, I just wanted to check in with staff to see if there's been any conversation as far as, we'll say when, not if, but when a vaccine is found, whether we've got some idea about whether our facilities will be needed for large-scale vaccination clinics, and if so, what preparations are we making for that? Like I said, it's hopeful and optimistic, but I think it's a worthwhile conversation to have at least early on so we can anticipate that. Thank you.
Mr. Webster.
I'll ask General Manager Valchich and/or Rob McKenzie to speak to the vaccination and some of the logistics we've been looking at with York Region moving forward.
Madam Mayor, I would defer to Rob on that one, to our chief.
Thank you, Mark. I don't have any information on this right now, but what I'll do is I'll reach out to Laura James in the region EOC and her contacts with public health, and I'll get an update as soon as possible.
Thank you. I can tell you that there has been inquiries about facilities, parking numbers that we have at our facilities, and it's been passed along to staff with the message that we are certainly well available for looking after when the time comes. Councillor Persicini.
Just something came to my head. We have the sports complex and we have the facilities. How about the flu shot? Could it be, is it difficult for us to give our community, have some professional, nurses and doctors at the sports complex to get the flu shots this year, since people can have it they're lining up and they're at the drugstores now and make an appointment. I was wondering, is that humanly possible that we can add a service to the community for the flu shots on some of the arenas we have, if it's done obviously with professionals? Just throwing something at us. Anyway, just a thought.
Thank you. Mr. Webster?
Madam Mayor, with regards to that, the challenge we have is if we roll that back the clock to SARS many years ago, I know one of the immunization clinics was at the Ray Twinney Center, and they were able to hive off a big community room that had good parking, good access in, out, and it served a large portion of Northern York Region and our town, as a matter of fact. Our challenge we have right now is the one facility that would be suitable for such initiatives of either flu and or a vaccine is the sports complex and probably the Canada Hall. Due to the circumstances, it's right now being used for staff. and social distancing for our outside frontline workers, as that's where they are populated during when they come in and have breaks or lunch. They're using that facility, so it is not available at this point in time. We are talking with York Region moving forward as the mayor, and some of these come in at the mayor level about the vaccine and plans for that. And you know, one of the big differences is from when we were in SARS, our population has increased greatly, and probably 25 to 30% higher than it was in SARS. So, you know, to provide a service to 35,000 people is something that we're very mindful of, council, and we will be following up with some diligence moving forward. One thing I could advise, just as a heads up, is some discussions. York Region has taken the lead of keeping their offices either closed or forewarning on further closures. And discussions last week, these are not official at this point, are looking at extending their office closures well into 2021. And that indicates the severity of this issue. So, you know, we're at a point in time now that's difficult, but hopefully we can get back to where we were with the phase 3 and slowly start opening up our community for not only our residents, but for our businesses as well.
Thank you. Councillor Morton, do you have a question, comment?
No, not right now, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other comments from members of council at this time. Councillor Foster, Councillor Persicini, would you move and second? I think we have.
Madam Mayor?
We have a motion we'll put right on the screen.
Yeah, I think there's a revision to the proposed motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Be it resolved that administration memorandum dated October 20th, 2020, entitled COVID-19 Update Number 11 be received, and that during the modified stage 2, council enact a 50% discounted rental rate for East Gwillimbury residents, minor hockey and figure skating clubs for a period of 4 weeks starting October 20th to November 20th, 2020. And I had Councillor Foster and Councillor Persicini to move and second that. Any questions on that motion? All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, staff. I know you've been working very hard at keeping us safe and keeping our community updated as well. Mr. Webster, you have 2 or 3 of our lead staff that you work with on a daily basis. Would you please extend our appreciation and thanks for the work that they're doing to keep us safe? With that, we will move to item E on our agenda, a public meeting to hear an update with respect to a commercial fill permit application submitted by GHD Limited on behalf of the property owner at 18725 McCowan Road. The applicant will provide a presentation on their proposed fill management plan and explain how they have addressed the concerns and comments raised by the public. Please be advised that this meeting is for information purposes only, and a council decision will be made at a future date. Feedback and comments from the public are welcome, and during this COVID pandemic, council recognizes the challenges that residents may have with respect to participating in an electronic meeting. As such, staff are accepting input from residents for an additional 2 weeks following today's meeting. Please feel free to submit written comments to Tyler DeVock, Municipal Inspector, or Katrina McCullough, representative for the applicant. Contact information for both can be found on the notice from today's agenda. And with that, I will turn it over.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The main objective of today's public meeting is to provide an opportunity for the applicant to overview their proposal and to listen to the feedback from public and council. As you mentioned, no decisions on the application are being made today. The meeting is being recorded. Any member of the public that was not able to attend today can view the presentation on our website at their leisure, and we encourage the public to provide feedback and comments on the proposal. We will endeavor, as the CAO was mentioned earlier in the meeting, there is potential for future evening meetings, and in future meetings on this topic, we will endeavor to bring those to an evening meeting. As also noted, the applicant has a detailed presentation. They'll provide an overview of the project, including modifications to the plan based on the feedback that we received from staff and the public and the residents. We also have the town's peer review consultant here today with us. That's Jim Walls. He will assist with any background information, etc. Mr. Walls is an expert professional geoscientist who specializes in fill sites. He was actually part of the team that assisted the MECP with their 2019 update of the fill regulations, and was also instrumental in ensuring that this application is in compliance with the new regulations and best management practices. So any feedback received today or submitted electronically will be considered and addressed through the fill management plan for this proposal, and we will bring a report back to council identifying those concerns and how they've been addressed. I will pass off this to the applicant now, to GHD, to walk us through the proposal. And presenting will be Katrina McCullough as the project lead. Roland Ruvers will deal with the transportation issues, and Jim Goff will deal with fill quality and protocols. So Katrina, over to you.
Thank you, and thank you to Mayor and Council for giving us the opportunity to present to you again on this proposal today. Next slide, please. So myself, as Mr. Molinari mentioned, myself and two other GHD staff that contributed to the fill management plan will be speaking today. I am a registered professional planner and the environmental planner on this project, and I'll be speaking about the project objectives, how the plan was developed, and the justification or the planning context surrounding the application. Tom Goff is the designated qualified professional for this site, and he will be speaking about fill quality and protocols. And finally, Roland will be speaking, is a transportation engineer, and will be talking about transportation and traffic. Next slide. So the fill management plan is an extensive document that covers what kind of fill is permitted, how it arrives at the site and is handled at the site, measures that RICE must adhere to protect the environment, how RICE must report to the town and respond to complaints. And we recognize that this is a living document, so there's also sections in here that address contingencies to address non-compliance or correct any issues that might arise. The complete plan, the link on the screen and provided in the presentation is a link to where the complete plan is available for download by members of the public. For the presentation today, we're going to be focusing on the areas of the fill management plan where we've received the most number of comments and concerns, and where changes have been made to address those concerns. I've also reviewed the comments included in today's agenda, so I'll do my best to address those during the presentation as well. Next slide. So of course, the purpose of this application is to return to the site, to return the former extraction area to its original grade, so it can be used for agricultural purposes. It's about 1.2 million cubic meters of fill brought in over 3 to 5 years. I noted in the questions today, there was a submission from Ms. Arnold related to the former aggregate use and agreements and regulations governing that extraction use. So just in response to that, I'll say that Mr. Preston, who's referenced in that agreement, is not involved or party to this application or to this site anymore. But in terms of the regulatory context, I'll provide some context around the regulations governing the site. So there's two pieces of legislation noted on the screen, obviously the excess soil regulations from the province and the town's fill bylaw. In addition to that, the former extraction area was licensed by the MNR under the Aggregate Resources Act. So the M&R did close the extraction license and confirm that the site was rehabilitated for the purposes of the Aggregate Resources Act. That confirmation is included in Appendix B of the fill management plan. Right now, the site, of course, is not being used for agriculture, and this fill operation would return the site to its pre-extraction grades to allow the site to return to agricultural use. I'm happy to share a cross-section that illustrates that after our presentation, if that's helpful to council. So the plan is also governed by the provincial excess soil regulations. There are new, more stringent regulations coming into effect in 2021, and the site will be following these more stringent regulations. Tom is going to go into more detail on that later in the presentation. So not only are they more stringent, but I wanted to point out that they recognize the importance of fill as a resource when it's managed properly. The overall objective of this legislation is to reduce the amount of illegal dumping and also reduce the amount of fill being sent to landfill. So of course, this application is also governed by the town's 2013 fill bylaw. And because this plan is so stringent with regards to the environmental controls that are in place, we understand from the town that they will be using it as well as the new excess soil regulations that Mr. Molinari mentioned that Jim Walls has been involved in as the new standard for the updated fill bylaw. Next slide, please. Just move forward maybe to, yeah, great, thank you. So this provides just an overview of how the fill management plan was developed. It was an iterative process with extensive input from staff, council, and residents, the peer reviewer, and other agencies. Meetings and development really began in 2017, and then the first formal submission to the town was in December 2018. If you can move forward one more. This was also the first of 3 rounds of review by RJ Burnside, the town's peer reviewer. And the plan was revised at this time in 2019 to address comments from the peer reviewer. In June 2019, perfect, thank you. The proposal was presented to the public at a public information session. If you go forward one more. And about 30 residents attended that information session. And then in August 2019, the revised plan was submitted to the town and peer reviewer, again, to address comments from both the first round of peer review and the public information session. So changes that were made at this time include that there was, the peer reviewer requested additional wells to be installed on site, monitoring of volatile organic compounds during operation. The town requested that a third-party qualified person or representative of a third-party qualified person be on site at any time that fill is being imported. So that's now included in the plan. As well, so during that submission to the peer reviewer's response is that while there were a few additional items to be clarified or added, the plan and supporting documents were comprehensive and met the requirements of the town. So in November 2019 was really the second opportunity, a formal opportunity for the public to provide comment via, and that time was via the council meeting. So we heard about 25 different comments that were documented in a comment and response table. Following that meeting, as requested by council, we documented those comments and provided a comprehensive response to those in February of 2020. If you can move forward one more, thank you. And then as well, we noted where changes were made to address these comments. So for example, a key one at that time was reducing the number of trucks, the maximum number of trucks per day, and the addition of the radar speed signs that Roland is going to talk about more today. In June of this year, so earlier this summer, the peer reviewer noted that the revised fill management plan addressed their comments and met the requirements of both the fill bylaw and the forthcoming excess soil regulations. And as I mentioned, in August 2020, staff posted the plan on the website for a 30-day comment period and circulated a notice to that effect. I will note that while no comments were received during that 30-day comment period, obviously there are comments today that we've received. And as Madam Mayor, you mentioned, the plan is still certainly open for comment. So all of that context in mind, we're confident that the plan you have before you today comprehensively addresses all of the comments that we've received throughout this iterative process. Next slide, please. So in terms of the planning justification, I referenced the fill bylaw already. In terms of zoning, the zoning for the site is Oak Ridge's Marine Industrial Extractive, which specifically permits commercial fill operation for the purposes of site restoration. So this use was contemplated in the zoning bylaw. In terms of the town's fill bylaw, this plan helps East Gwillimbury achieve its overall objectives of the fill bylaw, which is responsible soil reuse and minimizing risk to the environment and the public. And certainly the plan meets or exceeds all requirements of this bylaw. Finally, the town have identified a need to have efficiently located and well-run local fill sites to support the local industry. And so this site will have a preference for accepting fill from local development to satisfy that need. Next slide, please. And this just shows this is the zoning bylaw, and this in red there shows the permitted use of commercial fill operation. Next slide. So in summary, in November, one of the questions that we heard was, what is the justification or motivation that exists for this operation specifically? And in terms of the bigger picture, why would the town consider fill applications like this in the first place? So in summary, this proposed operation does allow the site to return to its former agricultural use and is a permitted use in compliance with the zoning bylaw. It not only meets but exceeds the new excess soil regulations, as well as the fill bylaw, which really sets a gold standard for fill operations in the municipality moving forward. And it was developed through an extensive consultative process that's been revised to address comments raised by staff, residents, council, and the peer reviewer, such as reducing the number of trucks and implementing stricter control measures to ensure that the plan is adhered to and protect the town. So with that, I will turn it over to Tom, who will talk about the environment and fill quality.
Thank you, Katrina. As Katrina mentioned, I'll be talking a little bit about the fill quality and the fill management protocols. But before I get to that, I thought I'd talk a little bit about the groundwater, as we heard from residents that they're concerned about their wells. And in the fill management plan, there's a hydrogeo investigation that was completed. It's documented in the hydrogeo investigation report, which is appended to the fill management plan. Part of that investigation included a residential well survey and monitoring wells that were installed at the site. The residential survey was completed in August of 2019. At that point, we went to residences within 500 meters of the site, knocked on their doors to collect information on their wells. If, for example, the depth of the well, the construction, any concerns that they may have had with respect to the quality and the quantity of the water from their well. Now, on the figure, the green dots that you see on the presentation represent the residential wells closest to the site. They're on just to the west of the property. There's 2 wells kind of in the northern portion of the site. In the northern portion of the site and just to the south, which are owned by the applicant. There are wells further to the north and further to the south. To the east, it's primarily all agricultural, and the nearest residential well, I believe, is about 800 or 900 meters away. In addition to that, monitoring wells were installed on the property. Those are the blue dots that you see on the site itself. There's 7 wells that were installed. These were installed to collect information such as thank you. To collect information such as the water levels and the quality of the groundwater. So samples are collected, sent off to the lab, and analyzed for analysis. The water levels that are collected, we determine the groundwater flow. And based on the data that we've collected, groundwater flow is from west to east. And that's represented by the blue arrow that you see on the figure. So what that means is the groundwater levels on the west portion of the site are higher than they are in the east side of the site. And so flow will be towards that direction. So for example, if a particle of water at the west portion of site will move in an easterly direction. So what that means in the hydrogeo world is that the residences in the wells just to the west of the site are up gradient, and any of the wells or just to the east are down gradient. Next slide, please. Now, we thought it'd be helpful to just walk everyone through step by step in terms of the fill management protocols and what happens when there's an indication or an applicant that wants to bring soil to the site. What happens prior to that? What happens when the soil comes to the site? What happens as it's placed? And then after the post-filling operations. So steps 1 and 2, I'd like to refer to those as the planning portion and the approvals portion of the program. This is before any soil arrives to the site. We've established protocols to those folks that have an indication they want to bring soil to the property. So we'll issue them the protocol that'll lay out the quality of soil that we're accepting at the site, what type of information we're looking for from them in support of their application to bring soil to the site. If they meet that criteria, then we'll ask them to provide the appropriate documentation. So in this case, what we'll be asking for them, and there's really 2 main pieces of documentation that we're looking for. The first one being the assessment of current and past uses. And it's a document that's going to lay out with the use of the property as the source site that the material is coming from. Is it industrial? Is it residential, commercial? And any potentially contaminating activities that might be associated with that property or the contaminants of concern. That information will then be used to feed into the characterization of the excess soil that's going to be generated at their site. And the second piece of information that we're looking for is the soil characterization report, which will document whether the report was prepared by a qualified person, where the samples were collected, where the excess soil is being generated, how many samples were collected, where they were collecting the samples. All this information will be used to characterize the soils. So we're looking for this information that will provide the characterization of the material before it actually comes to the site. So the sampling will be all done at the source site by the QP at that site. Once we review that information, if it's found to be acceptable, then there's an approval process in place by the site QP, which is myself, and the town's QP also. Once that's approved, then we move to step 3, which is the establishment of a tracking system. This needs to be in place before any soil comes to the site. This will be established by RICE. It's in today it's typically all electronic. It'll have a GPS component to it, so it'll track the trucks from the source site coming over to the fill site in real time. Plus, there'll be a security camera at the gate, so that we'll be able to record the numbers and the license plate and the markings on the truck, and compare that with the documentation that we have. If there is a truck that is in the queue that's not supposed to be there, it'll be turned away right at the gate. Now, in step 4, once the truck gets to the gate, there is an inspection of the soils in the truck bed. We do recognize it is an inspection just at the surface of what we can see in the truck bed. And it's to see if there's anything that is obvious at the surface that shouldn't be there. So it's a preliminary inspection. If everything is acceptable at that point, then we move to step 5. And the soil will then move to a designated area close to the fill area, down at close to the face of the fill area. And it'll be placed temporarily in a designated area based on the source site. So at this point, what we're trying to do is separate the soil from each of the individual source sites. So it'll be placed into that stockpile. There'll be a second level of inspection at this point during the placement. And at this point, we'll be able to view and screen the entire profile of the soil as it's being unloaded from the truck. In addition to this, we'll be doing some field screening of the soils. And what I mean by that is it'll be screened using a handheld device that will monitor undifferentiated volatile organic compounds. And what that means, it'll pick up compounds such as gas or diesel or any other volatile organic compounds. So this is a second level of inspection that's built into the program. So there's some redundancy built in here. If we go to step 6, once that particular stockpile for that source site is at about 2,000 cubic meters, we'll be collecting audit sampling at this point to confirm that the quality of the soil is consistent with what was documented in the background documentation that was provided to us. So that sample will be sent off to the lab. It'll go in for analysis. If it comes back and it's acceptable, then that stockpile will then be pushed into the fill phase, and trying to keep all the sources in one particular area individually, and it'll be surveyed, and then it'll be recorded daily. So in addition to the daily records, I mean, there'll be a record for every individual load that comes to the site. Now, the one thing I want to point out is with respect to the audit sampling, this is in addition to the background data that or background documentation data that we have received from the source site. That characterization is done at the source site. This is just to confirm the data that we had reviewed in the background documentation. Now, in parallel to all this, in step 7 is the groundwater monitoring. If we can just move to step 7, please. Thank you. Is the groundwater monitoring, and this will be ongoing throughout the duration of the filling. It'll be semi-annual. We'll be collecting groundwater levels and water quality data semi-annually. Steps 8 and 9 are the reporting portions of the program. There'll be monthly and semi-annual reporting. The monthly is a compilation of the daily records. And then at the end of the annual cycle, there'll be a report prepared in support of the permit renewal at that point. So throughout this whole process, the documentation will be available to the town at any time for their review. Now, once we've gone through this cycle and the filling has been completed up to the which is agricultural. So all the information that we collected, not only from the audit sampling, but the data from the background documentation review will be used in support of this filing of a record of site condition. And lastly, and Katrina kind of mentioned this briefly, GHD will be providing oversight over the entire fill program. And it just goes a little bit beyond that. It's not just oversight. We will have GHD staff on site during the entire fill importation program to monitor the activities. Next slide, please. If we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. This table here presents the protocols that have been incorporated into the fill management plan and compares those to the excess soil regulation and the town fill bylaw. For the first protocol there, which is the acceptance standard. So for this fill management plan, table 2.1, which is in the new excess soil regulation, is being used for the material 3 meters above the base of the pit. So that's for potable use. And we're using table 1 soils, which are background from the base of the pit to within 3 meters of the base of the pit. These standards are more stringent than the Ontario Regulation 153 Table 2 standards, which are used at most sites today. Now, that will change in January of 2021 when that portion of the regulation comes into effect. Now, review of background documentation is a requirement of both the fill management plan and the town bylaw. The review is done by a qualified person in both instances, and the soil acceptance, which is the next one, is a requirement for the fill management plan plus the town bylaw. The acceptance is from both the site QP, which would be myself, and the town's peer reviewer QP. Now, the one thing I should point out, even though there is a check mark there for Reg 406, the excess soil regulation for the soil acceptance, it does not speak to it being accepted by a QP. It can be by the property owner. There's a tracking component in the fill management plan and Reg 406. Now, although the tracking portion of it does not come into effect till January 1st, 2022, the regulation is a phased-in approach approval. This is going to be incorporated in the fill management plan regardless. Inspection of soils. As I mentioned, there's going to be inspections of the soils. There's 3 points of inspection, so there's quite a bit of redundancy built into the program. In Reg 406, they only speak to the inspection. It's very broad and open. It doesn't say how and where the inspection is to be done. In the fill management plan, it's quite specific in terms of where along the way we're going to be doing the inspections. There's a protocol for the placement of the soils, as we've outlined in the fill management plan. That's not, the regulation does not speak to that, but in the fill management plan, we're indicating another level of inspection just before as it's being placed. We've got a field screening protocol in place and an audit sampling program, and plus a survey of the material just before it's or just as it's being pushed into the fill phase. So we've got several levels of redundancy built into the program at that point. Also in the we've got a groundwater monitoring program incorporated into the fill management plan. It's also a requirement of the town bylaw. The excess soil regulation does not speak to that. So that's one added additional level. And then there's QP oversight. That is a requirement of the fill management plan. It's also a requirement of the town fill bylaw. The one the management plan, we are actually having GHD staff on site during the fill importation process. If we can go to the next slide, please. Now, just to summarize the last 3 slides, as I mentioned, there's redundancy built into the entire fill acceptance process. There's 3 points of inspection, 2 sampling points, so there's quite a bit of redundancy built into it. The protocols that we have in the fill management plan exceed those of the excess soil regulation requirements. We have the components of the excess soil regulation built into the fill management plan, but we've gone above and beyond that. We've got we're not anticipating any adverse impacts to the environment as we have a very rigorous screening protocol in place of the source site, plus the fill management protocols that we've built into the plan. And as I pointed out in the first slide in the beginning, the residential wells closest to the site, which is on the west side, are up gradient, and groundwater from those sites flows away from them towards the applicant's property. And I'll at this point I'll pass this on to the traffic side to Roland.
Thank you, Tom. The Rice Group will implement several transportation improvements at the site and to support traffic operations in the broader community. These are a left turn lane at the intersection of Davis Drive and McCowan, and a right turn taper at the site entrance. Radar speed signs on McCowan south of the site will be installed, which will display the speed of approaching vehicles in both directions. Close circuit cameras will be placed at the site entrance that Tom had mentioned and pointed at the road to identify trucks that are coming and going into the site. As well, the region has installed a 4-way stop at the intersection of Harold Road and McCowan to address sightline concerns that were raised by members of the public and council in November 2019. This project has been reviewed by the region, and their requested improvements have been incorporated. Other than those proposed improvements, the region did not identify any additional concerns with the proposed use of the fill operation. Next slide. One of the comments that we heard related to the volume of trucks that would be associated with this operation. This graph shows how we determined if the fill operation would negatively impact traffic operations on McCowan Road. McCowan Road is a regional road capable of carrying 7,000 vehicles per day. Existing traffic is approximately 740 vehicles per day, which is approximately 11% of its capacity. In the future, with the fill operation, McCowan Road is expected to reach 15% of its capacity. Therefore, McCowan Road has the capacity to accommodate this fill operation. Notwithstanding those comments, the town requested that the number of maximum trucks be reduced, which was agreed to. Next slide. We understand that residents have concerns about truck speeding on McCowan Road currently, and whether Holt Pit would contribute to those. Based on recent speed data, the average truck speeds were less than the posted speed. Notwithstanding that, several measures will be in place to address speeding. And these are cameras pointed at the roadway at the site to identify trucks coming and going. Radar speed sign, which Rice will be able to download the photo of vehicles speeding and will be able to identify the truck, whether it's related to the fill operation. Further to that, the town will have access to this data and photos at any time. A further measure would be to escalate corrective actions for drivers, truck drivers that is, which can include barring drivers from accessing the site if there are repeated concerns with driver behavior. Next slide. In summary, we heard that the community is concerned about the volume of trucks speeding and enforcement. Several measures are proposed to improve traffic operations at the site and in the community. Several measures are in place to manage driver behavior, including escalating corrective measures, which can include barring drivers from the site that are repeatedly found to not follow the rules. And lastly, McCowan Road can accommodate 150 trucks per day without impacting traffic operations. Thank you. Back to you, Katrina.
Thank you, Roland. So as I mentioned, I'll just close this off here. As I mentioned, most of our presentation today related to concerns that have been raised and how they've been addressed. Most of the comments submitted for the agenda today are similar to comments that we've heard earlier. So I'll just provide again a synopsis of those. So as Roland mentioned, we heard concerns certainly about the speed of trucks on McCowan's now and concerns about the volume of trucks coming to the site. So we've talked about the reduction of number of trucks per day from 200 down to 150. One of the questions that we heard in February was, would that mean a longer duration for the site, that the site would be operating for longer? So in response to that, yes, in theory, obviously less trucks means a longer duration. However, the number of trucks is variable, so that maximum of 150 was used for planning purposes and is a maximum, will not necessarily be 150 every day, and it's dependent on the demand. So the duration estimate of 3 to 7 years still stands. We've talked about the commitment to install radar speed signs with cameras so that if there are any issues with speeding, excuse me, Rice and the town can find out who those trucks are. And if they're Rice site, and if they're trucks coming to the Holt Pit to the site, then that can be addressed, as well as the video surveillance cameras as well. And the four-way stop at Herald and McCowan that was brought forward to York Region as a result of comments received in February. There was a question today about whether about cycling and whether cyclists were included in the traffic counts, and I can confirm that that cyclists and bicycles were included in the traffic counts that were done by GHD. We've also heard questions about how the town will ensure that the fill being imported is the quality that it's supposed to be. So Tom talked a lot about the extensive fill importation protocols, documentation and tracking, the commitment to have a representative of the QP on site at all time. One of the comments received today was that the fill imported should be clean, non-toxic, healthy, and free of invasive species. So obviously we've talked about the cleanliness and non-toxic, and that it's good, healthy soil. And I will also add that the fill management plan does also specify that the imported soil is free of invasive species as well. So that is covered. In February, we heard, or after the February meeting, we heard concerns from specific concerns from property owners to the north about visual and noise impacts north of the property. So based on that feedback, there is a commitment to install an additional berm on that northern property boundary, similar to the berms on the west and the south side. And finally, again, questions around how the town can guarantee that Rice is following the rules and what they can do if Rice or drivers coming to the site are not. So there's a commitment to install a sign at the site entrance with a 24/7 toll-free number. Of course, residents can call the town at any time, and the permit will be issued in phases to provide those checks for the town. Next slide, please. So in closing, this plan was developed through a consultative process that has addressed the comments received from staff, peer reviewer, residents, and other review agencies. It is compliant and in fact goes above and beyond the fill management, the fill bylaw, and compliant with the zoning bylaw, and contributes to the town's objectives of providing a local site for reuse, to reuse excess soil in a beneficial way. We talked about the fill management plan goes above and beyond the current and new regulations. And we understand that there are concerns that certainly may need to be addressed during operation. You know, we've set things out in pretty strict protocols, but things do come up. And so there are several mechanisms to address that, including monthly reporting to the town, semi-annual and annual reporting, complaint response procedures, and corrective measures procedures, which are detailed in the risk management matrix. And all of that speaks to the fact that this plan is in fact a living document. And so continuous improvement is built into the process. Next slide, please. So thank you for hearing this presentation today. We hope this information is helpful for council. Again, I have included a link to the webpage where the fill management is posted and a breadcrumb trail there in order to navigate to it. We understand that comments will be received today, and any additional comments we would be appreciated to Tyler.
Thank you very much. Very concise and a lot of information for us as well at this time. Are there any questions from members of council to the consultant? Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just curious, I know that there was a total amount of fill for all three phases, but I'm just wondering if the applicant could advise how much fill is in each stage of stage 1, 2, and 3, please.
I will have to pull up those numbers unless, Tom, you have them handy.
Actually, I've got them here, Katrina. So for the first phase, it's 106,000 cubic meters. For the second, it's 837,000 cubic meters. And for the third phase, it's 157,000 cubic meters.
Thank you.
Are there other questions from members of council? I just had one, and it's regarding where the fill is coming from. With the amount of growth that East Gwillimbury is experiencing now and anticipate we will be experiencing, as well as our neighbors, has there been a study done to see if in fact the majority of the fill, if not all, would be coming from either East Gwillimbury or our neighbors that are municipalities that are growing as well?
Certainly. So it is anticipated that the soil will be primarily from sites in the local area in East Gwillimbury, including developments by Rice Group. Not specifically restricted to a specific area, but it is anticipated that most of this fill would be coming from the local area.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions at this time. Thank you very much. We'll ask Mr. Molinary to step up at this point.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've received a very detailed presentation from the applicant, and I know we've gone over time what we normally allow, but because of the history on this, we wanted to make sure that we provided a very thorough understanding of the proposal for the public. And at this point in time, we're happy to listen to the public and receive feedback, and also assure the public that any of that feedback received will be addressed, and we'll make sure that it's incorporated into the fill management plan and report back to council on the concerns that are raised.
Thank you very much. With that, then, Mr. Clerk, I believe you have a list of residents, individuals that would like to speak to council.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, we have 4 pre-registered residents that wish to speak in no particular order. The first ones are Janet and Scott Ray. For all external residents that are participating, if your mic is muted, I believe if you push *6 on your phone or on your laptop, then you can unmute and join the conversation. So through you, Madam Mayor, Janet and Scott Ray first.
Thank you, and I expect that our usual time limit would be adhered to around 5 minutes.
Correct, Madam Mayor. The residents have been provided the electronic election procedures beforehand with regards to decorum and a maximum of 5 minutes per speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So our first speakers, are you there?
Janet or Scott Ray, can you unmute and provide your presentation, please? Madam Mayor, I see Janet as a participant on the list. Unfortunately, we can't seem to get her on the line. Perhaps we'll move to the next speaker, which is Julie Jonas.
Thank you very much. Our second speaker there, please.
Can you hear me?
We can now, yes.
Okay,
well,
thank you. So, I'm appreciative of the revisions and how the company has made it clear in terms of how they've addressed some of our concerns. I've had a thorough read over the new document. I'm going to just reiterate the same thing that I've said in the past, which I don't know if there is a solution for, but I do think is a serious one, is the number of trucks that are going to be going back and forth across the front of our homes every day. I realize that they have decreased the maximum from 200 to 150. I think we talked about it earlier or at a previous meeting, but I just want to make sure we just mentioned that 150 is a variable number. I want to make sure that it's never going to be above 150 on that variable count. But even at 150, let's add the extra 50 that Strata is putting by our houses every day as well, amongst other, loud vehicles, farm vehicles, etc. So for me, the biggest concern is the noise of trucks going by every day. The secondary concern is around the speed, which I understand you have put up the radar signs, you've put up the four-way stop. I understand that. We did have a police officer next door to myself for a little while with a fake car there for a little while as well, in hopes to deter traffic, and it did for the time being. But then as soon as those cars were gone, definitely the speed was increased again. I mean, it's very obvious even by eye. So those are two of my biggest concerns. I mean, I am appreciative of the fact that council is allowing us to speak on this matter. However, I feel like we're kind of falling on deaf ears a little bit, because I can tell that there's already being things put into place for this to happen. The four-way stop, the light, the trees that are now in front of the property, the berm that's been built up. We say that this has not been approved yet, but all of these things have been in place, have been already put into place for this purpose. So to me, it feels like a lost cause, and it's very disappointing. When are you going to, this is to council, when are you going to give us a firm answer that it is a yes, that it's happening anyway?
I can speak that we're not making a decision today. And until we have all the information that we need to make a decision, we won't be doing that. I don't see it in the very near future. I suspect that it will be several months, but until we get all the information and every question answered, there won't be a decision being made.
Okay, it's been over a year now, so that's why I was just wondering. Okay, that's really all I have to say, just to share my concerns, that I don't feel like we're ever going to get to that point where we're going to find a resolution, which is upsetting. So thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you.
Through Madam Mayor, we'll move to the next speaker, Diana Lumsden.
Hear me?
Go
Hello,
ahead, Diana.
can you hear
Yeah,
me?
yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I have read from the MECP fact sheet on the town's website that the average daily traffic on McCowan Road between Harold Road and Mount Albert Road is approximately 900 vehicles daily, with approximately 5% of those vehicles being truck traffic, and well below the road's capacity. I think 5% of 900 equals 45 trucks a day on average. I live on that stretch of road and would like to know how that figure was reached, as there is no way that 45 trucks a day on average expresses reality. My question here is, were Saturdays and Sundays and 24-hour days included when calculating that average? After the February 19, 2020 meeting, I had a conversation with a local resident who did not speak publicly, but has been present and interested in all that has gone on. He noted that in all of the concerns raised by interested parties, no one had any focus specifically on the Oak Ridges moraine. He was right. On the resident side, we were all concerned about our wells, our children waiting for school buses, property values, being awakened at 4 in the morning by gravel trucks, increased truck traffic. It was all about me. We are entitled to have concerns about our quality of life, but we must also look at the big picture, which is not about the individual. The Rice Group presentation was geared towards convincing everyone that all will be well if that land is returned to its original state. From the Rice Group, we heard that the proposed end land use for this project is to restore the property back to the original grades for agricultural use with the ultimate goal of farming. 2 questions here. Why does it have to be returned to its original state? Is the town considering permitting only the bottom hole to be filled up to the level of the full stop? The Rice Group, amongst others, stand to profit greatly from this project, all the more if the proposal is accepted as it stands. Returning to the Oak Ridges moraine, we have been told that since groundwater at the site flows in an easterly direction and the site is located down gradient from all private wells, the site will not impact the wells which are upstream or west of the site. This does not take into account the importance of preserving aquifers, which are used as a primary water source by some municipalities located on or near the moraine. These aquifers also discharge into tributaries that are the headwaters of creeks and rivers, which eventually flow into Lake Simcoe, Lake Scugog, and Lake Ontario. This means they provide clean and abundant water resources to millions of people. The people who are sitting here today with the authority to decide whether or not to allow fill to come in from outside the area, believing that testing trucks for contaminants is a foolproof way to know that unacceptable substances will not get into the water supply, knowing full well that numerous people and groups stand to make millions of dollars if this goes through, you are being charged with an important decision that has the potential to affect millions of people. Please take time to consider the ramifications of what you decide. Finally, I would have a question I would like to direct to the Mayor. Madam Mayor, when you were campaigning before the last municipal election, you stood in my driveway and you brought up the topic of Overholt Farm and the proposal to fill in the hole and return the land to its former state. You assured me that if you were elected, you would not support this fill proposal as long as the Mount Albert pit was still being filled. The permit for the Mount Albert pit is renewed on an annual basis based on material volume calculations from the 2019 annual report. This pit has approximately 10 more years of operational life expectancy. My question here, do you continue to stand by your word by opposing the proposal to truck fill into the Overholt site? Thank you.
My answer is that I continue to watch and listen, and I haven't changed my mind. However, I am still in a position of getting answers for all the questions that are out there. Thank you. Okay, our next presenter, please.
Through Madam Mayor, we'll move down the list to Alexis and John Arnold, please.
Hello, Madam Mayor. Hello, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am going to try and stuff 10 minutes of concerns into a 5-minute bag. I would like to note that we do own 2 properties on the street and we are 2 residents. So I would ask if that we go over our 5-minute allotment, that we are allowed a little bit of grace due to our proximity and severity of the project to our lifestyle, water and road safety. Just wanted to ask for a little bit of grace with the time there, please.
Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. First and foremost, I would like to say thank you to GHD for their report. Unfortunately, I do not agree with most or some of the information within that report. I myself have taken it upon myself. Ophelia, sorry, I know you're playing with Lego, but just give us a second. To get my own traffic report, which stipulates something very different than the traffic report within this. It was done by York Region, and what it stipulates is that we have 780 vehicles going up and down our road, and on a daily truck volume, we have 150. They did give me an old report where we used to have 900 vehicles a day, and the truck volume was 50. So what this clearly indicates is that since May of 2019, which was at 50 trucks per day, to September of 2020, which is in very recent, we have had 3 times the amount of truck volume on our road. This is an official data collection by York Region Transit, and it is of grave concern to us and our community. Recently, we had the Strata aggregate operating on Saturday, and I inquired to find out what their hours of operations are. And I know Madam Mayor and Council is looking into this. I just thought it would be interesting for residents to know that the Strata aggregate pit has 0 accountability for any hours. So they can run 365 days a year, 7 days a week, essentially 24 hours a day. So I think that as a secondary, once we get this pit and this fill management plan hammered out, we should be working with our mayor and council towards making Strata aggregate accountable. I understand that this licensing goes back to the 70s, and I understand that this will be a challenge. I'd like to go back to the why. So in our first meeting on November 19th in 2019, at the time of 1 hour and 9 minutes and 32 seconds, our councillor Tara Dilamenti, thank you. Sorry, Tara, if I mispronounced you. Eloquently stated a question, which I don't think was answered, which is, why are we doing this? And within her question, she stated that the Area 3, the 3rd zone, seems to be in excess to bringing the land back to agriculture. I think that anyone that I've shown this field to and this project to can understand how Mr. Jackson wants to fill the lower bowl. And if you look beyond the lower bowl, you can easily see right now that it is being farmed as agriculture. That area of the field is on par or very much level with the majority of the fill. So that would be section 2. Tara just asked another great question. She seems to be very eloquent and on point. And that is, what are the amounts of fill required for each individual area? And that was just stated by GDHD. So 106,000 metric cubed meters of soil is required to fill the bowl. And what we're proposing is 1.2 million cubic meters. So that is in essence the amount of fill required to bring this land back to agriculture. In my opinion, there would have to be a regrading of the slope from section 3 down to section 2. And if you look across the street of Mill Street, you will see clearly that the farmland in this area is extremely hilly, and that particular portion of farmland right across the street, not 150 meters away, is unfarmable because of how hilly it is as well. So to me, with all the concerns that our residents have, the fact that we're taking tax dollars to try and push this through, and our residents have signed a petition of over 50 people stating that this is an unjust project, at what point are we going to have a serious consideration of reducing the amount of fill, considering this project is in excess of 12 times the amount of fill required to return this to agriculture? How has this not been addressed through a third party looking through this app? For me, the biggest concern is the greed and manipulation on this project and how money is driving this, not safety and our community. So I would ask our councillors and mayor to respect the efforts put forward by your constituents, by the people who are a member of our community, to readdress the amount of fill proposed in this bylaw, in this fill management plan, and reconsider this entire application from start to beginning. I have a few more questions. I'm going to run through them, and I'd like to have a few more statements as well. So I have expressed an interest in looking for a temporary expropriation of an access road on the farm from Mount Albert Side Road. I have spoken to those residents. I do understand they are opposed to allowing access to that project or to that property, and I would like to respect that. But I think if we're going to pretend that we need 1.2 million cubic meters, then we should at least look at expropriation of this land. This is actually required. I was reading through the peer review because I was interested to see what a third party would look at in terms of this review. It speaks of considering revisiting the Hall Road to avoid the community of Holt. Then there's a comma there and it says and it doesn't continue that sentence. So I'd like to know what the rest of that sentence says within the peer review. It seems as though there's a typo or some information that was just left out for one reason or another. It doesn't seem like we have hard data other than what I have collected independently from York Region on what volume of trucks we have currently. And I think that seems to be a real point of contention with the people of our community. And we have expressed this regularly. I'd also like to add that the 150 trucks that my data represents is during a pandemic, where truck volume and volume has been stated by York Region is to be down by 20%. So even at 150 trucks per day, once the pandemic, God willing, is over, we can expect to have the Strata aggregate pit increase further from 150 trucks. So if you compound that with 150 trucks from the Rice Group and this fill management plan, everything that we've talked about is coming to reality, which is that our neighborhood is now a haul road, and people that have seeked out the opportunity to live on acreage and run an organic farm or have horses is very much being compromised. I'd like council and mayor and planning to look into an accident that was involved right at the intersection of McCowan and Davis Drive. And this is a very interesting and alarming accident because from what I can collect, there was a dump truck that rear-ended a car into oncoming traffic. And I know this because the road was closed and I could not get home that day. I had to take an alternative route. Unfortunately, usually when they closed an entire intersection or a concession down, we couldn't get past Kennedy to McCowan. It's usually because they're doing an investigation. And sadly, I fear that someone was injured. And I'd just like to take a moment and consider me or my children and my wife traveling home and this happening to us. This is one of my gravest concerns, is that 500 trucks a day on a road of our condition is unsafe. I'm trying to move through these as quickly as possible. I'd like to know what happens to our water and our well, our agriculture, our farm, our business. I own 2 properties. The 2 wells on that map that are closest to the site are my wells. That is my water. And we do run agriculture related services. So heaven forbid something happens to our water table, or we get sick, or we can't perform our businesses or duties because of it. I'd like to know what happens at that stage. Is there a plan, in case of, heaven forbid it would happen? I would like to know how many tax dollars have been spent on pushing this project through, well knowing that our community doesn't want it. I would like to know how much per load each party is going to make from this soil. I don't want to know percentages and fees and all this. I want to know what a cubic meter of soil is worth on a fill plan, and I want to know who is making what and what the from that, please.
You are at 10 minutes.
I'm at 10 minutes. Wow.
You're at 10 minutes. Is your wife going to speak also, or are you speaking on behalf of both of you at this point?
He speaks for both of us.
Okay.
Just
I will give you a slight latitude. Go ahead.
I appreciate your latitude, Mayor. I've lost my train of thought. Excuse me.
Sorry.
No, you have to keep things in line. I appreciate you giving me the latitude. I have presented a document which was addressed by GHD, and this document clearly is a document from when the, and I have it here. I don't know if we could bring it up on the screen. It was emailed to planning. Of course, my computer has gone. Oh, catalogs. So this is a document that is between the corporation of the town and Floyd Preston Limited. For those of you who aren't aware, Floyd Preston Limited used to own the pit prior to Strata Aggregate owning it. If you scroll down to options or to section 16, it clearly stipulates the subject pit shall not operate beyond a period of 15 years after that date of licensing, except for rehabilitation, which shall commence immediately upon the termination of the operation and shall be completed within 1 year of the termination of the operation or 16 years from the date of licensing, whichever is earlier. So this document clearly stipulates that there was an agreement, and I'm sure Mr. Jackson and his family are fully aware of this agreement, that after they had extracted the gravel of 15 years, they had 1 year to rehabilitate this land. So my question is, why are we looking at rehabilitating this land again when it was contractually obliged from previous, and it was supposed to be done in accordance to this document? And if we are looking at rehabilitating the plan, why are we looking at loads in excess of 12 times the amount that is required to bring this back to agriculture? I will submit the rest of my questions via email in regards to and respect to Mayor Hackson and the timing. The one thing I would like to say is if GHD has been paid to put this process through, I don't know how accurate or fair it would be to have them working as the controlling interest of it during the process. So it might be interesting to have a new company come in and actually regulate whatever amount of fill. I would like to propose that we have a community council put together and work towards some kind of resolution to this. I feel that residents have this looming. I feel that mental health is at risk. I feel that people are struggling, and this is an added struggle to our day and day. And I personally feel that if we could drastically lower the amount of fill that we are proposing in this, that we could come to some kind of conclusion. The Rice Group could make a little bit of money. Mr. Jackson could get his hole filled, and we could move past this. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I'm sorry for my long-windedness, but I do appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arnold. And we certainly will get, I had listed about 11 questions, but some of them have the answers for those questions. Thank you. Okay, and the next deputant, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Hackson, we'll move back up to Janet and Scott Ray.
Welcome. Are you there? Perhaps they're muted.
Janet or Scott Ray, can you unmute yourself, please? Through you, Madam Mayor, it appears that we're having some tougher technical difficulty with the Rays. They can't seem to get on. My suggestion, Madam Mayor, as you had previously stated, and certainly how as staff had stated as well, comments are being received by town staff and the applicant with regards to questions and comments. So I would ask or remind Janet and Scott that they can submit their comments in writing. And if you wish, we can also include council as a circulation on that email as well, Madam Mayor.
Yes, please include council as well on that circulation. Do we have any other members of the public that are waiting?
Through Madam Mayor, those were all of the registered speakers with regards to this application. I think you have a couple of correspondences that were added on the agenda that were just written correspondences. And as I said, any additional documents that we receive, we can post them on the agenda and circulate them to council.
So with that, I have a resolution, be it resolved that Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services Memorandum dated October 20th, 2020 regarding the former Overholt Pit 18725 McCowan Road site alterations update be received, and that the presentation and comments regarding the 18725 McCowan Road Overholt Pit commercial fill permit applications submitted by Rice Commercial Group be received. Are there any questions on that motion? Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crothers, Councillor Persichini, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you to those that joined us today. We always learn about our community when we have presentations from residents. So thank you for taking the time to put your presentations together. We really do appreciate it. I'm wondering at this point if we would take a 20-minute break and return at, I'm going to say 12:15. To continue with our presentations, and the next one, item G, is corporate services. With that, could I have a mover and a seconder for a break? Councillor Persichini, Councillor Crone. All those in favor? We will be back at 12:15. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome back to our Tuesday, October 20th, 2020 meeting of town, the Municipal Council. And those that have not been with us this morning, welcome for the afternoon session. So we will get started. Mr. Lamanna, you have your hand up. Is there an issue we should be aware of?
No, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to pass along a message, please. Janet Ray left me a voice message on my desk phone, and just wish to pass along to council that she really appreciates the democratic process that you're going through with the Overholt Pit, and she will submit her comments in writing. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We are now at item G, presentations, and very exciting topic here early in the fall. With that, I will turn it over to staff for budget. Go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm going to kick this off this year. We are in unprecedented times, that's for sure. Never have any of us been in this situation nor wanted to be in it. And in acknowledgement of that, we've had some direction, some preliminary direction provided by council. We've always tried to be very cost effective and provide excellent programs and services. And we try to align with the rate of inflation, our increases. We're one of the few municipalities that has a regard for that, as a matter of fact. And this year, inflation happens to be at this point in time tracking about zero. The federal and provincial government have different mandates. They are at this point running massive deficits, providing funding directly to citizens and businesses of, again, unprecedented nature. And hopefully in the future, we're going to dig ourselves out of the fiscal hole we're in, amongst others. At the local level, it appears to be a time for fiscal restraint. But at that time, what I wanted to make clear is, even though we're proposing today an initial property tax budget with a 0% increase, first time we've done that in at least my 16 years here. We're also cognizant of a couple other things. I'd just like to make a few brief comments. We head into this budget process as the most cost-effective governed municipality in York Region. And Mr. Marshall, our treasurer, is going to show you some statistics. We've also taken the additional step of actually including the water rate, because that seems to take a lot of discussion with our council about how our water rate is higher or not normative. And you'll see today, comparing our taxes to other jurisdictions on a York Region average, we're 25% more cost effective. And when you include the water rates, we're still 12% more cost effective. So there's some statistics are quite interesting. The final point I want to make is this is not a do nothing or sit still budget. We continue to grow. We're using the funds to grow our programs and services for additional parks, additional garbage pickup, roads, water, and as well as sidewalk clearing. All of those are growing, and we're going to fund them and keep our service levels the same. In addition to that, we have our biggest construction capital project, Operations Center, scheduled to come on track in Q1 of next year, fully funded as well for operations. We're designing the Health and Active Living Plaza for the community center in Queensville. Again, that project is going full steam ahead at this point. There's significant investments being made in our communities. Mount Albert Center redevelopment is part of this budget and its continued redevelopment. And as well, we have the $1.4 million Oriole Bridge pedestrian linkage, an important linkage in our Holland Landing community, all part of this budget and being brought forward. Final thing I wanted to mention is about business transformation and modernization. It's something that we're very proud of. This budget invests over $1 million in those initiatives to make sure that we continue to be the most innovative, cost-effective municipality that we can possibly be. So on that note, I wanted to turn it over to Treasurer Warren Marshall. Him and his team, working along with Deputy Valchich, have put us in a pretty good position here to kick off the 2021 budget process.
Thank you, Mr. Webster. Madam Mayor, members of council, if we can put the presentation up on the screen, I will let you know what we're going to present to you today. First, we'll give you an update on the costs of COVID and how the pandemic has impacted the town's financial position and what steps we've taken to mitigate it. We're going to give you a brief summary of our fiscal position for 2020 related to our budget preparation for 2021, and then we'll get into the details surrounding our what we're proposing for a 2021 business plan and budget. So next slide, please. So previously, back in June, we reported that the costs that we've incurred related to the pandemic to the end of August would be approximately $1.6 million, and that we have taken steps to mitigate those costs so there'd be no net budget impact to the town. We've been tracking our actuals to date, and as of the end of September, we've incurred about $1.8 million of costs related to the pandemic. So that includes things like reduced revenues because of cancellation of our programs and facility rentals, costs to enable our staff to work remotely, and other areas like that. So, and to date, we have been able to offset those costs as well. So there still continues to be no net impact to the town financially. We've also taken a look at our year-end projection, and it looks, we're projecting that we'll be incurring about $2.2 million of costs related to COVID to the end of the year, and we'll be able to effectively offset those costs as well. So for our 2021 budget, we are anticipating that there's going to be about a 3 to 6 month additional impact on our programs and services, and we've incorporated that assumption into our 2021 budget draft. So to help the municipalities offset the costs of COVID, the federal and provincial governments provided approximately $695 million of funding to the Ontario municipalities to help them offset those costs. Our allocation of that funding was $662,000, and we've been able to allocate those funds to offset costs that we're going to be incurring by the end of the year, which includes additional investments in our technology and information management to allow our staff to continue to work remotely while this is going on, and costs to ensure that we can run our facilities safely for our staff and for our residents. Next slide, please. So back in last month, we had done a workshop on pretty detailed workshop on our financial position. What I'm going to show in the next couple of slides is a couple of areas that relate to the budget with respect to our financial position. So overall, the town is in a solid financial position. We are fortunate enough to remain debt-free, and that does have a significant impact on our budgeting. So just to give you a quick example, if we had issued a $10 million debenture for a 10-year period, we would have to include over $1 million of funding to service that debt over a 10-year period. And if that debt was tax supported, it would be an additional 4% to our tax levy requirement, which is fairly significant. So we're fortunate enough that we don't have to do that right now. Although I will say that in the future, it may be strategically prudent for us to issue debt, particularly for growth-related infrastructure, which would be funded from development charges and not through the tax base. As well, we're also, as the CAO mentioned, we have the lowest relative taxes in York Region, and later on I'll show you a couple of slides to that effect. Our reserves at the beginning of 2020, we had over $90 million of reserves. That number will be reduced a little bit due to 2020 expenditures on things such as construction of the operations center and some major park implementations. But we're still in a good position in terms of reserves. And we are, through our multi-year plans, we've been able to provide pre-funding for the eventual opening of certain facilities, such as our operations center and the help when it does come under construction and in service. And we've also been able to provide some funding to enhance the service level of our emergency services. So next slide, please. So the town uses assessment to fund the cost of servicing our growth within the year. So as you can see from this slide, our assessment growth has spiked significantly over the last several years. Although it has spiked, we do, in terms of budgeting, we budget very conservatively, so we don't budget for that level of spike. We have a more consistent level of assessment that we do predict each year. For 2020, it's looking like our assessment growth will come in at around 3 to 4%, which is less than it has been over the past few years. However, it's still a good and significant growth number, and it's higher than some of the N6 municipalities that we've been looking at. And we are projecting that for the next few years, that our assessment growth will be around that 3 to 4% range. Next slide, please. So this is a slide that you're probably familiar with. This shows relative taxes paid within York Region. So that's actually money that comes out of our taxpayers' pockets and pays for their taxes. So taking a typical two-story detached house, this graph shows that we are 25% lower than the average municipality in York Region, so which equates to about $950 per dwelling. So, so that is one area, that's one major expenditure that a taxpayer or resident would have in terms of municipal costs. Another major one is our water and sewer infrastructure and operations. So we know that East Gwillimbury is on the higher end of the scale when it comes to water and wastewater costs. So we decided to take a look at if we combined the relative taxes and an average water billing, what would we look like in terms of competitiveness within our York Region municipalities. So if we could turn to the next slide, please. So, so this graph, we've taken the relative tax for a typical detached dwelling and added to it an average water and sewer billing use for the year. And it still turns out that East Gwillimbury is the lowest in terms of overall municipal cost. And we're 12% lower than the average municipality in York Region, which equates to about $700 per dwelling. So if you took that $700 and multiplied it over the number of units that are on water and sewer servicing, it turns out to about $5 to $6 million difference. So which shows that East Gwillimbury residents are still getting a very good bang for their buck in East Gwillimbury. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our manager of financial services, Valerie Adema, who's going to start off giving you some details regarding our 2021 budget proposal.
Thanks, Warren.
During the 2021 budget development cycle, we have taken into account many different considerations. First and foremost, the impact this budget will have on our residents and businesses in East Gwillimbury. It's an appropriate year to have a need to have budget rather than a want to have budget. While it's essential to maintain the programs and services that our residents and businesses are accustomed to, we must do so with the least amount of cost increases possible. With this focus in mind, we continue to emphasize the importance of modernization and transformation of our processes and systems. This will allow us to do things better and more efficiently within our existing resource base. The 2021 proposed budget includes the costs associated with putting our operations center on Woodbine Avenue into service in the first quarter of 2021. It also restructures the existing staff resources within the approved 2020 budget to allow us to operate more efficiently and effectively. This budget ensures the increasing costs of growth, such as expanded road networks and waste management, are all absorbed by the increased revenue from growth. Next slide, please. The total proposed budget for 2021 is $44.5 million. This includes a tax-supported expenditure budget of $26.1 million, a development and fee-supported program expenditure of approximately $5 million. The total capital budget for 2021 is $4.1 million, which Carolyn Brown will discuss later in the presentation. Our water and wastewater total expenditures of $9.3 million from the 2020 approved budget have been used for our calculations here. This budget will be brought forward for council consideration in January of 2021. Next slide, please. In 2021, we have included approximately 3% as an in-year assessment growth, as Mr. Marshall previously discussed. This is lower than previous years, but still higher than what some of our municipal comparators are seeing at 1%. You can see from this slide that the majority of cost increases proposed for 2021 are related to the growth. These include cost pressures in the area of road maintenance, waste management, increased software maintenance and licensing associated with our modernization efforts, as well as the opening of the Operations Center. The previous commitments to the multi-year funding plans for increasing facility costs are able to offset the increased cost of opening the Operations Center, as this has already been set aside within the existing tax levy base. Next slide, please. When we look at our total expenditures for the tax levy budget, approximately 2/3 of those expenditures are salary and benefit costs. Within the 2021 proposed budget, we have accounted for increases associated with the Emergency Services Collective Agreement. The market review costs have been allocated to salary, which were already included in the base budget for 2020, so there is no budget impact related to the market review for 2021. A modest cost of living allowance of 0.5% for staff has also been included within the proposed budget. Next slide, please. Given the economic state of the globe, we recognize that many of our residents and businesses are facing financial hardships due to the pandemic. We are listening and have heard from council members that we need to deliver a budget that offers minimum financial impact to our residents. For the 2021 year, we are proposing a one-time 0% tax levy increase. This is not a sustainable plan, but one that we can accommodate given the solid financial position of the town. Strong leadership and prudent fiscal management have allowed us to be in a position where we can adjust our plans slightly to accommodate this one-time measure. This 0% tax levy increase still allows us to continue with the commitment to the multi-year funding plans, open the Operations Center, continue existing programs and services, and continue our investment into modernization. During our budget development, we asked the staff team to dive deep into their budgets and find efficiencies where possible to continue offering those programs and services without any major changes to the base budget. We also asked them to forecast future years, and based on our existing forecast and subject to any unanticipated changes, we expect that we will still be able to deliver the 2022 budget next year to align with inflation. This wraps up the tax-supported operating budget summary, and I will pass it off to Carolyn Brown, Manager of Development Finance, to discuss the capital and fee-supported components.
Thank you very much, Valerie. If we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So the 2021 capital budget submissions amount to $4.1 million. This is significantly less than in previous years. For example, in 2020, we approved $10.8 million in capital projects. This budget is considered more of a maintenance budget for 2021, as staff focus efforts on previously approved projects, such as the design of our health and active living plaza, the redesign of our sports complex, several major park redevelopments, and the construction of our operations center, which is the largest single project in town history. More than half of the 2021 capital dollars, as you can see, are allocated to the CIES department, as the annual road and concrete rehabilitation projects alone account for a significant share. Next slide, please. Modernization and organizational transformation have been a priority in recent years. The town has been dedicating time and resources to reviewing our people, processes, and technology to ensure that we're working efficiently and effectively. This means easy access to information, good systems and software in place, useful hardware and technology, and the tools to provide good customer service. Between 2019 and 2020, the town invested around $1.3 million in capital projects to transform business processes. Funds are being used wisely. Much of the funding, as you can see here, for these types of projects has come from provincial and federal stimulus funding that has been allocated to the town. Modernization and transformation remain a priority, which is reflected in both the operating and capital budget for 2021. Next slide, please. As mentioned, town staff have been very busy working away on some of the most significant projects in our town's history. We have a number of ongoing capital projects at various stages of completion, most of which are on track to be completed on time. We're working on completing the Operations Center, which, as Valerie mentioned, is scheduled for occupancy in Q1 of next year. The Health and Active Living Plaza design is well underway and nearly complete. The design of the EG Sports Complex is expected to be awarded this year. We're going to be undertaking the official plan update, which will look out to 2051, as well as other related studies in the next year. Our community improvement projects remain ongoing priorities, including the revitalization of Center Street, which is funded in part by grant funding that we were awarded in 2020, as well as the completion of the Oriole Drive pedestrian bridge and trail. Lastly, we always maintain our roads and sidewalks annually through that road rehab program that I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. Submissions for the 2021 capital budget include projects that are focused on community improvements, organizational modernization and transformation, and a number of master plans that will help us prepare for the future. Our annual road and concrete rehab program remains a significant capital project. We'll also be rehabilitating the East Town Line Bridge. We're adding new basketball courts to 2 of our community parks next year. Our modernization initiatives for 2021 include a customer relationship management tool, which will help monitor and track service requests, coordination and implementation of our municipal modernization program, a focus on broadband expansion potential. And then for our studies, we'll be working on an economic development strategy, as well as updates to our water, wastewater, and transportation master plans, which will complement the official plan update and feed into our development charge background study. Next slide, please. In addition to our capital and tax-supported operating budgets, we also have a development and fee-supported budget. This budget represents the component of town operations that is supported by fees. As you'll be familiar, it includes planning, building, engineering, park development, and fill fees. This budget totals $5 million, as Valerie mentioned earlier, and is showing only a nominal increase in expenditures for 2021. Next slide, please. Town staff are currently working to update the water and wastewater financial plan, which is required in order to renew our water drinking license. The updated financial plan will include a multi-year study and will be brought to council in November 2020. Just like every year, the water and wastewater budget will be brought to council for deliberation following our townwide budget, and we're planning for January 2021. I'm now going to pass it back to Warren to review our budget objectives and conclude our presentation.
Thanks, Carolyn. The next two slides give an overview of the budget objectives that we've used for the past several years when we develop our business plan and budget for the year. So the one thing I wanted to highlight was basically these have remain the same, except for our first recommendation that typically in previous years, we've said we would align our base program and service increases with inflation. And as Ms. Adema and Mr. Webster have indicated before, we've heard council's direction, and we've amended that objective for this year to come in with a no net tax levy increase for the 2021 budget, which is our proposal. So just to quickly go through the other objectives, as we've mentioned, we've provided for growth-related services through our assessment base. We've continued with our multi-year plans. However, we have reduced the contribution this year. Previous years, we've provided 1% that goes towards the opening of new facilities and increasing the service level of our emergency services. We are proposing that that contribution be 0.5% this year, and we'll look at it next year and reinstate it. Next slide, please. As you saw, we have a significant modernization program that we are implementing, and we are continuing to do that so we can achieve efficiency and effectiveness. We have also included, continue to include our amount for asset management, so we have funding available for the eventual replacement of our assets. And as you've seen, we've put in a provision for cost of living for our collective agreement and for our non-union staff. So next slide, please. So for our next steps, after this session, we're going to go back and finalize our budget binders and plan to get it out to council next week for their review. We'll also be scheduling individual meetings with council members to do a detailed review of the budget binders and answer any questions you may have. We have 3 dates scheduled for our budget discussions, starting on the 23rd of November and the 25th. And if necessary, we have December 8th available for additional discussions. We would, if things go well, we hope to adopt the capital development and fee supported and tax supported budgets on December 15th. And in January, we would start the discussions on our water and wastewater budget. So with that, I wrap up the presentation and happy to answer any questions or comments you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marshall, and your team that you work along with. It's quite something in a time that we're seeing out there in the community, that we are able to have a 0 increase in our budget. And I know that it doesn't come without a lot of work and analysis from your group. And I know you have a very skilled team with you as well. So thank you very much to all of your colleagues in providing this for us. It's quite something. So with that, are there questions from members of council?
Madam Mayor, not a question, but just a comment.
Go ahead, Councillor Morton.
Thank you. I just wanted to congratulate and thank Warren and Valerie and Carolyn for all the work that they have put in, because I know it's taken hours and hours, and they have done an absolutely fantastic job. and I would be more than pleased to accept the presentation.
Thank you very much. Other comments, questions? Councillor Crone and then Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Mr. Marshall. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's extraordinary to see a 0% increase being presented, and I think that's given the extraordinary times we're in. I think it makes great sense. I was just curious, what rate of inflation were you using to factor into your budget? Because the inflation rate this year has been all over the map. And so I can appreciate that that would be a little challenging in your projections for next year. So I was just curious what you used.
So through you, Madam Mayor, yeah, inflation has been bouncing around. At the beginning of the year, it was hovering around the 2% mark. And then once the pandemic hit, it bottomed out and it's been hovering around 0. It's, I think the last time we checked, it was 0.1. But we've been checking with some of the experts, and they're anticipating that that overall, up to the end of 2023, will end up being at a 2% average inflation rate, which means that at some point it has to go a bit over 2%. But in our budget discussions, and we've built in, we haven't totally put in inflation through like a carte blanche inflation, just on areas that we know have pressures, and we've included about a 2% increase to those areas.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. The last I looked, I thought it was at about 0.6%, but I'm sure your figures are more up to date than mine. I think in an abstract way of looking at this, by not taking at least the rate of inflation in our taxes, it's almost as if it's a tax cut. Although I think that's maybe a little too abstract, but the point is there that, you know, obviously we can't sustain this sort of budget going forward, but for now, I think it's the right thing to do. And so I congratulate you on being able to sharpen your pencils and proceed from this standpoint. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Foster, then Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, Mr. Marshall, I just wanted to congratulate you on what you brought forward. It certainly did line with the conversation that we had, and I'm sure the rest of council was probably thinking the same way as I was. One thing I would like to mention, the two charts that you have there about the lowest relative taxes in York Region and the municipal cost of living comparison, which we have seen before, that needs to be out there for the public to see every chance we get. We often have people talking to us about taxes, and rightly so, but those charts to me kind of tell the story of what we're trying to do here in EG. So again, congrats. Thank you.
Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I will probably echo what's been said already, but in any other year, a 0% tax increase would be an irresponsible move, as we've said in the past. But these are unusual times, and it calls for some unusual measures. What not for discussion today, but when it does come time for budget discussion, I'd like to have a bit more information as far as the effect of the market review on the budget. We had a workshop a few weeks ago that said that that there was a significant financial effect, and giving 56% of our full-time non-unionized staff a wage adjustment should conceivably have an effect on our budget. So I'd like to understand that a little bit better, and further to Councillor Crone's comments about the rate of inflation. You know, a cost of living adjustment, we'll set aside any contractual agreements we have, but a cost of living adjustment at 0.5 when inflation is at 0, I'd just like to better understand that rationale as well. So just for our future discussion, but heads up. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Mr. Marshall, comments?
I just wanted to just mention that there is going to be some information that'll be sent out later this week regarding the market review from our HR department. So that'll be available for your review.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? I guess for me, things are certainly different than we were last year at this time. In fact, we can hardly recognize the business is anything but usual. And I'm just wondering what kind of thought has been given to perhaps some unforeseen circumstances or issues that may rear its ugly head into 2021.
So through you, Madam Mayor. So one of the things that we've been able to do with the funding that the province and the federal government has allocated to us is we've carved a bit out of that allocation and set it aside for some unforeseen circumstances that may occur that we haven't anticipated. We also have some reserves available in case that happens. And of course, as we usually do, we go back and we look at ways to become to sharpen our pencils for the time being. And so we do have some strategies that we could use.
Thank you. I was sure that you did, but I needed to hear it. So thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Persichini.
If it wasn't for COVID-19, what would it look like, the budget today? If it wasn't for
So through you, Madam Mayor.
doing all that, what would it look like percentage-wise?
Okay.
Would it have been 1%, 2%?
Okay. So through you, Madam Mayor.
They saved a lot of money.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Marshall?
Okay. So typically we would come in with a budget that would be around the last few years. We've come in with our base budget around a 1 to 2% increase. And when our initial submissions came in, we were around a bit over the 2% mark. So we went back and we looked at our programs and looked at where we could cut costs and reduce things. So it would have been around the 2% mark.
Congratulations on your hard work then, to all our team. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers.
Thank you. I've always advocated that we need to make sure our budgets are in line with inflation because it'll eventually catch up to us as our costs go up. But I think in this year, I think this is the right thing to do. And I appreciate all the cost savings that staff have been able to find to bring this in at 0%. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Councillor Morton?
No, other than I'll be pleased to move the position that
Thank
was
you.
presented to us.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Carruthers. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, staff. We appreciate the hard work that you've done, but we're not finished yet. I see we have several days, November 23rd, 25th, December 8th, with an adoption of December 15th. So we still have time to learn a lot more about our budget before we actually pass it in December. Thank you very much. With that, I will move to item H, which is development services. And staff, could you introduce the first, please?
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. The first item is our report on the approval of the updated street naming policy. So it's an update to our current street naming policy that dates back to 2011. So back in March, if you recall, we held a workshop to go over the existing street name list that was approved by council back in 2011. We have over 200 names on the list. So we had the workshop, we had individual meetings with councillors. We presented the street name list and the review of the policy to our Heritage Advisory Committee and our Diversity and Inclusivity Committee as well. So staff have come up with an updated policy for council's consideration. We've created a couple of different categories in our policy that's attached as Appendix 1 for council's consideration and approval that deals with sort of categories and criteria for naming streets. And so following council's consideration here, our intention is once we deal with the updated policy, staff will go back over the existing inventory of street names, see how the old names comply with the policy, remove those names that don't, and we'll report back at a future date to council with an updated street name list for council's consideration. One thing to keep in mind as well, notwithstanding, we have an approved street name list that may be updated by council. Council will always have another opportunity to review any given street name that's proposed for a new street at any time in the future. So council will always have an opportunity to, revisit the use of a street name.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Councillor Crothers?
Thank you. Thank you for the extensive consultation on this. Really appreciate it. The Diversity and Inclusion Committee appreciated being consulted as well. The policy all looks great. My only comment would be on the very first section on purpose. It's very clear what the purpose of the policy is to have a fair and efficient process. But I think what's missing from that first paragraph, it's what's the purpose of a street name. And it sounds pretty straightforward, but I can tell you from years of naming schools that the purpose of a name isn't always that clear. And if we can all agree on what the purpose is, it makes the rest fall out of it so much easier. So I think we can probably all agree that the number one purpose for a street name is for wayfinding, for easy identification. And then secondly to that, it is about civic pride. If it was just about wayfinding, we'd name them, First, Second, Third Street, so that it would be very easy to find. But we choose names because we want to have some civic pride. So I would very much like to add to the policy a line that identifies the purpose of a street name is primarily for wayfinding, but also to instill civic pride.
Thank you. Comments, questions? I guess for me, when it's a purpose, what is the purpose? Absolutely right. Wayfinding is number one. I often thought that when we were naming it, particularly with individuals, that we were celebrating our heritage. And perhaps somehow that can be incorporated as well. When we think about not only individuals, but small hamlets that no longer are in our community, it's an opportunity now where we have some construction in those areas that we could perhaps name some of those, use some of the hamlet names to ensure that we respect it long after the hamlet itself is gone. It's just a thought that I've had along the way about heritage. Councillor Crothers.
I thought about that, and the reason I didn't include that in the definition is because it can muddy the waters. I think it's absolutely something that we should be considering, but civic pride is the bottom line. There is some heritage that may not bring civic pride. So I think as long as the names that we're choosing from a heritage perspective bring civic pride, then that encapsulates it. We have to think of the people who are going to live there, and they need to be proud of what their address is. And to me, that trumps any other who we want to honor. They have to be proud of where they live. And that's why I didn't go as far as adding heritage to that line. I think it's something to certainly consider, and I think it is considered in the rest of the policy. But I think that the purpose is really about making sure that people are proud of where they live.
Well, perhaps we can add the two pieces together. I don't know. Other comments and questions? I'm not seeing any at this time. Councillor Crothers, did you want to add that today as part of our street naming report?
Absolutely, yes. It should be part of the policy when we're talking about purpose, not just the purpose of the policy, but being efficient and fair, but also the purpose of why we name streets. And I think especially when you talk about the first thing is about wayfinding, it really identifies all the other pieces that are within the policy, why they're there, why we say it has to be a name that's easy to spell and easy to pronounce, because the purpose is we need our EMS to be able to find these places easily. And then the second piece about civic pride addresses elsewhere in the policy where we talk about it can't be derogatory, and if it's named after a person, they have to have a good history and that sort of thing. So I think those two things encapsulate what's already in the policy and doesn't add anything new to the policy.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so you're moving that motion.
Yes.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Roy DeClemente? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. The second item in development services, Mr. Ramuno, please.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Second item is a report recommending approval of a zoning bylaw amendment application and site plan amendment application submitted on behalf of Yonge and Green Lane South Development Corp. It's in the northeast corner of Yonge and Green Lane within that large commercial plaza. It's for the addition of a motor vehicle repair garage. We had the public planning meeting on this item on the zoning bylaw amendment application back in June. And so the report before council is to add that specific use by way of a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment and for council's approval of the site plan application to construct the new automotive repair shop just to the south of the existing LA Fitness building.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I don't have any fundamental issues now that we've addressed sort of equipment storage and holding tanks and so on. I guess it's a larger question, and that is every time we talk about this site, we raise the fact that there are some serious traffic circulation issues on the site, and we don't seem to have any offered resolution to them at this point. The report does reference that after 18 months, there's supposed to be a report to staff to analyze the effect of the Shoppers Drug Mart's impact on the site, and that the owner or the applicant would then address things. I wonder if we've had any feedback. It's still early, but I just feel like we continue to approve things and allow things to move forward without actually going back and addressing the issues that have been introduced by continuing to add to that site. And I don't want to introduce more concerns when we haven't addressed the original one. So I'm just looking for some advice from staff on how we can make sure that this gets addressed, because quite frankly, it's getting to the point where people are going to avoid the plaza, and those businesses will suffer because of it. Appreciate some insight, please.
Mr. Ramuno?
Certainly, through you, Madam Mayor. When council approved the last phase 6 development, which was the Shoppers Drug Mart and the other retail units besides the Shoppers, which are not complete and open, the applicant submitted the traffic study, so that was reviewed at that point. And I think we also included that standard condition that we would continue to monitor the traffic circulation on site over 18-month period. The addition of this automotive repair shop. We obviously, staff took a look at that, the regional staff as well as our own engineering staff. I mean, those uses do not generate much in the way of traffic, but we will be including that same condition within the site plan, and we'll continue to monitor it over this 18-month period. I haven't noticed or received any complaints. I mean, Jim Molinari may add if he's heard anything, but I do recall about a year ago, or maybe longer, even before the Longo site was opened up, the developer did make some changes to the on-site circulation, signage, etc., which we think have improved the situation slightly. So it's something that we'll continue to monitor over the next 18-month period. You know, it's a condition of the site plan. The developer understands that, and they've been working with town staff.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I guess for me, once it's there and it's built, there isn't really a lot of opportunity to address it without, you know, basically redoing it. I just feel like I don't have a major problem with this particular zoning application, and I acknowledge that while the Valvoline folks might want to have a lot of traffic circulating there, it's not going to make a big difference on the site. It's just that there doesn't seem to be any mechanism to allow us or to force the issue to be becoming a safety issue, as far as I'm concerned, for folks who are trying to get in and out of there safely and they can't. So I'm just looking for that mechanism. Yes, it's part of the site plan, but what happens? Oh, there's a problem. Okay, how do we make sure that it gets addressed? Thank you.
Mr. Molinari, do you have some answers to those questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Traffic in this area has been complex for a number of years, and we have brought forward some potential changes that would mitigate some of those traffic concerns. And I think part of the allowing the site to see its final state of what you're going to have in there. Every time you add a new thing, you tweak the site, and it causes traffic concerns, and sometimes in areas where you didn't even think you were going to have a concern, and it's fine in areas where you thought that it was going to be problematic. So, you know, there are a couple of locations in that site that are problematic from a traffic perspective, namely the intersection by the McDonald's and the LCBO. That's probably the primary problem in that overall development. And we came to council a while back with a 3-step plan to look at that particular intersection, and each progressive action in that with regards to that reduces access to certain areas within that plan. So we're reluctant to just move to implement all those things at once because you want to leave as much flexibility for motorists in that as they maneuver through that site. So we do have a few things left in the toolbox that we can use on that site, and I think by letting this putting some of these minor developments in now and seeing how traffic kind of stabilizes afterwards, we still have a few items that we can use in order to address some of those traffic concerns on site. And I just wanted you to know that we have that in mind, and we are watching closely that particular development as it progresses.
Thank you very much, Mr.
I think either Mr. Ramuno or Mr. Molinari, we still have, I think I counted the other day, 7 empty shops at this point that are not filled, including the Scotiabank. I'm not sure, I haven't heard about their occupancy. They've been kind of hovering for quite some time, but there are some smaller ones as well that are still empty. Have we considered that with the traffic patterns that are in place now? Mr.
Yeah.
Molinari?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I haven't seen the most recent traffic study for that particular site with those items, but all of those areas will certainly be included in the traffic work that's reviewed as part of that application. So we will be monitoring all those, and we will be taking all of those developments into consideration. And like I said, once the traffic stabilizes, the idea is let the traffic stabilize, and then come in the end with some potential improvements in order to tweak it as we move forward.
Thank you. I think the light on Yonge Street certainly solves a lot of the problems. If we could get people to use that light instead of coming in the one off of Green Lane would be very effective. But it's all about which is the fastest way to get in and out, and where the demand is for the shopping at this point. Thank you. Any other questions regarding this report? Could I have a mover and seconder, Councillor Roy DeClemente, Councillor Foster? Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Item number 3, Development Services Planning Branch Part Lot Control Exemption Bylaw Winged Foot Development. Mr. Ramuno.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So this is just another standard part lot control bylaw in the Holland Landing East area, the original Wingfoot development plan of subdivision. The purpose is to create 14 semi-detached units that are being constructed both on Southwest Drive and Prunella Crescent. And there is an associated bylaw later on for council's enactment.
Thank you. Questions? Comments? Not seeing any. Councillor Crone, would you move that? And Councillor Foster? All those in favor? And that's carried. Number 4, 14 Fairbairn Gate Telecommunications Tower. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor. So this is it's a memo updating council on the 14 Fairbairn Gate Telecommunication Tower. Council passed the resolution back in April of this year to issue a letter of concurrence to Industry Canada to allow the tower and the applicant to enter into an agreement with the town with certain conditions. So this is simply an update. We received a couple of emails from area residents with respect to the landscaping. That was a requirement of the original condition. We've signed off on a landscape plan. The owner has actually started work this week. He has planted some temporary cedars around the tower to offer some screening, but he does have a larger landscape plan where he's landscaping his front and rear yard, a pretty significant undertaking with some berms. That should be completed, weather permitted, by the end of this month. It may carry on into portions of the work may carry on to next spring, but there'll be some significant landscaping and berming along that front yard area around the tower to address the screening aspects as well. We have entered into the agreement with the applicant back in May. He's provided a letter of qualified professional from a qualified professional indicating that the tower was originally constructed as per Health Canada Safety Code 6 regs in a timeline that by November 30th, 2022, we will revisit the tower should the area not have ground level fiber services to serve the immediate area. And our economic development manager and our broadband committee is still working with the internet service providers. York Region through YorkNet has is installing the dark fiber along Woodbine, but we are working with the private providers. Hopefully one day we'll be able to then extend that over into some of these rural areas of town. So it's really just for the purposes of an update to council on the status of the agreement and the landscaping at 14 Fairbairn.
Thank you. Questions, comments? I did a drive-by about a week ago. I was disappointed in the landscaping that I did see there. So I'm pleased that you're indicating that it's going to be much more robust. I'm certainly hoping so. And I imagine some of the residents are as well. So with that, no other questions, comments. Councillor Crone, would you move that report, please? And Councillor Morton?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. We are at item I, Legal and Counsel Support Services. And we have one report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The first report here is relating to the animal care and control bylaw. Staff have been working on the animal care and control bylaw for a few months now. We've had some very good input from the community and from council, and we've made amendments to the bylaw that we think are responsive to the comments that we've received. So we're very happy to present it today and to recommend its adoption. If the bylaw is adopted, it'll replace 4 existing bylaws that are on the books. It will also introduce new animal care and welfare provisions. And for the first time in the town, we'll actually start to license pet stores, kennels, animal daycares. And we also are proposing some new rules for pigeons and backyard hens. So Jen Nichols, manager of bylaw enforcement, is here as well. And so we're very happy to take your questions. Thank you very much.
Questions of Mr. Horner or Ms. Nichols? Councillor Crothers.
Thank you. I like where we landed on this. I think it's a good balance of making sure that we're keeping our animals safe and making sure that they don't impede with people's enjoyment. Number 6.4 talks about if you have more than 4 cats. And I just want to make sure, it says that if you have more than 4 cats at the time of the bylaw, you need to register them with the town within 90 days. Now I know that I think virtually no one is going to go that deep into the bylaw to see that. So I'm just wondering, are we going to promote that so that people understand they have to do this? I don't want to find out 91 days from now that a whole bunch of people that have more than 4 cats have their cats taken away because they didn't read this. So just wondering how we're going to make sure that those people with more than 4 cats have their cats registered.
In terms of bylaw enforcement, I think for starters, we really try to be reasonable and compassionate. So that would be the first thing that we would bring to bear too. But no, certainly, if council passes the bylaw, we can put in an additional communication piece on the web to kind of deal with this particular point.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I agree with Councillor Carruthers. I think we've landed on a modern, enforceable, and reasonable bylaw that will protect the vulnerable creatures in our community. I sort of wanted to express some hope that we would be, when we do some communication about the new bylaw, that not just about the 4 cats, but that we would address that issue, because it seems to circulate fairly often about nuisance cats. And the reality is that your cat can't leave your property, and it can't make a mess and kill birds and all these things that people complain about cats at large doing, but that's not permitted, and that there are provisions in the bylaw to address that. Because I know we've had a bit of engagement from residents who were very passionate about wanting to see something with some teeth, rather than something that's a little bit more that's actually enforceable and reasonable, but still addresses the concern. So I think to make the long story short, that if we can do some communication about what is and isn't permitted, and remind people that their cats shouldn't be leaving their property, which means they shouldn't be leaving their house, or should be contained in some way, that may help to address some of that misconception out there and some of the concerns that residents have been having with cats at large. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any at this time. Councillor Crothers, would you move that? And Councillor Roy DeClemente second that. Thank you very much. All those in favor? And that's carried. Our second item from Legal and Council Support Services is a cannabis update. Mr. Horner, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've previously committed to making periodic reports to council to let you know how our enforcement of the town's zoning rules as it relates to cannabis growth, and how our partnership with YRP in terms of enforcement are playing out. And you'll see if you look at the memo that the numbers haven't really changed a lot this month. But there were two elements that I kind of really wanted to highlight at this meeting. And the first is community engagement. And on the point of community engagement, we continue to receive complaints or tips from members of the community, and they're really very helpful to us as we identify potential sites. So in fact, we received comments from residents last week, and that's kind of resulted into a new investigation that takes us to 14 this month. The other point that I wanted to talk about too was working through the legal process. So, and at this point in time, we have a dozen different matters playing out in the courts, whether it's charges or whether it's requests for injunction. So we've done really quite a lot of work to get in front of the courts and to press the matter. But the reality is that we're finding that we're kind of bumping into the new COVID reality, and the courts aren't processing. They're not processing matters the way they were before COVID. So this is causing delay in terms of resolution of matters. We continue to press the courts for dates, but everybody's doing what they can. But the courts are also, they're evolving with the times too. So the other thing that we've started to notice as well is that there's this greater interest on the part of the court to modernize and to introduce electronic hearings. And so we're expecting that ultimately these matters will move forward as part of some kind of new electronic hearing process. So I wanted to tell you that. And then also kind of finally, going back to the point of community engagement, I do know that there are at least one or two different groups in the community who are working for change in cannabis regulation at the provincial level, at the federal level. And I just wanted to encourage these groups to reach out to either myself or to Marco Ramuno, GM of Planning, because we're really very happy to attend meetings of these groups, let them know what we're doing, because we're thinking that if we're able to identify opportunities to collaborate, that perhaps we can come to a most effective response, perhaps a more meaningful, impactful response. So just wanted to put that offer out there to the community, and I'm very happy to take any questions about that.
Questions? Councillor Crone, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Mr. Horner. I appreciate your comments and offer of being able to meet with community groups in our town. I think that will go a long way to building the collaboration that we've started. I know I've certainly been working with them, and in fact, Councillor Morton and I attended a session put on by York Region Police a couple of weeks ago, and it was so informative what they told us, what the York Region Police are doing here. We know that, you know, the cannabis that's grown in East Gwillimbury becomes currency that they use in to buy guns for the, you know, that wind up in the streets of Toronto, or to buy cocaine. It's currency for them, and so we're part of that chain, and that's why Toronto needs to be concerned about what's going on in East Gwillimbury. But one of the other things that was put forward, and I throw this out for your consideration, Mr. Horner, is I think we have an opportunity where we as a town, when there is a raid that takes place in our town, to help out the police. They mentioned that there were, you know, in their entire what they call Project Green Sweep, in which they hit about 15 different locations across York Region, but they got their hands on 29,000 plants. Now that's a lot of work when you do a raid and you've got to get rid of it. So what one of the towns did was their Parks Department sent a truck and a wood chipper, and they just fired the plants, and that they said that had a really impressive impact on their ability to get in and out of there fast enough. So I would throw it to you that maybe that's something that we as a town could do, but also if our Parks Department is busy that day, that we give them the authority to call up a local landscaper and do the same. But we do some cost recovery as well, that we could put the charge for that against the tax bill. I think we need to start thinking a little more creatively about cost recovery in this aspect. Maybe our legal time that we're having to prosecute these people as well. I throw that out there for consideration. I'm thinking out loud, but I think that's opportunities where we can be very impactful in our approach to this. So my comments, again, thank you for all your hard works, and I will, the last tidbit I will share that came out of the session that Councillor Morton and I attended. Every single raid that they did, they were convinced with certainty that it was part of organized crime. So it's important that we take this seriously. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. Horner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to reply on a couple of the points. You know, for instance, collaborating with the police in terms of cannabis removal. I'm really happy to report that our parks team is actually out there and doing that. They're there. You don't ask a lot of questions, but I do know that they're out there with the chippers and that they're shredding this material. You know, presumably the police are bagging it and taking it away. So far as costs go, in every application that we make, there's a request to recover costs and ultimately to kind of put it on the tax roll. All of that's kind of dependent on a whim, but we are very mindful of costs, and you know, thank you for reminding us. So we'll continue to look you know, for opportunities where they are and perhaps where we've missed them. So thank you, sir.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Would you move this report, please, Councillor Crone? Thank you. Councillor Persichini? All those in favor? And that's carried. Mr. Horner, are there any other issues that you have to share with us today?
Nothing else to add, Madam Mayor, but very happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions of Mr. Horner? Seeing none, we will move on to item J, Emergency and Community Safety Services. We have no reports at this time. Chief McKenzie, I'm sure you are with us here. Do you have anything for members of council?
Yes, Your Honor. No items on the agenda, but I'm happy to take any questions from council.
Thank you. Questions of the chief? Seeing none. Councillor Roy DeClemente, would you move? And seconded by Councillor Foster. All those in favor? That's carried. Item K, Community Parks, Recreation and Culture. Mr. Karmazin.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, no agenda items prepared today, and no further updates for council. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Karmazin? Seeing none.
I have one question, Madam Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. It just sort of clicked with me again because I was asked about this last night. The Christmas tree lighting at Mount Albert Park. What is the comments on that? Is it something that the MAVA group is interested in moving ahead on, or is it something that will not be allowed in the park for Christmas?
Mr. Karmazin, would you know?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I do not know, but I will get an answer to that and provide it back to council. We are still discouraging any group congregations and gatherings, given the restrictions of 25 people for outdoor environments, including park settings. So it may be a case where we light the tree, but we just don't encourage everybody to be gathered together when we do the lighting of the tree, and so they can still enjoy the tree lights, but not surrounding an event.
And that's what I was wondering as well, Mr. Karmazin.
Yeah. So allow me to follow up with park staff, and I will provide an update back to council.
Great. Thank you.
Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Just a quick comment through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Karmazin. I've had at least 3 or 4 residents reach out to me and tell me how impressed they are with the progress being made on Children of Peace Park, and they can't wait to see the finished product. But it's looking beautiful, and I just wanted to share that with staff as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Persicidi, please. You're muted.
I'll move if there's no more questions.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Seconded by Councillor Crothers. All those in favor? And that's carried. We are at item L, corporate services. We have one report. And I'm just wondering, staff, I'm just trying to see who's here from staff.
Madam Mayor, I can speak to that if you like.
Thank you very much. I have initials in front of me, but.
No, that's fine. Thank you. Yeah, so nothing really to add to this. It's a routine report. You've seen these many times before. I think it's very self-explanatory. As you can see, the majority of the adjustments in this report relate to major changes to structures on properties.
Thank you. Any questions from members of council? Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one thing that occurred to me in this report, we talk about delegating authority to the treasurer. Should there be a dollar value on that? I'm not sure. I mean, this year we're looking at $34,000. In the future, it could be more. I'm just wondering if there's a point where it should actually come to council so we are aware of it in a public setting.
Mr. Velchik?
Madam Mayor, certainly we could consider a certain dollar amount. I can assure you that any adjustments that would be made would be reported to council for information. And so, and also in the history of these, I'm not aware of a circumstance that council has made a contrary decision. So these are essentially routine matters for processing. And so I think staff are simply suggesting that they proceed in future and that they be brought to you for information. But certainly it's at the will of council how you wish to proceed on that.
Thank you. I just thought that there's a possibility that it should be brought up in a public session.
What is your pleasure, Councillor Foster?
I think at this point, Madam Mayor, I'd like to hear some more from staff if we give them the opportunity to go back and do a little bit of further work on this. I'm not comfortable with throwing out a dollar value. Again, I'm just wondering if there's that possibility that you know, it should come up in public session if it hits a certain amount of money is my thought process. I'll leave it to staff to give us a little bit more information.
Madam Mayor, that would be certainly not a problem for us to go back and provide some more information. I don't know if at this point Mr. Marshall wishes to add anything that might be helpful. Otherwise, we'll certainly come back to you with some further perspective on that.
Would you, Councillor Foster, would you want an additional report on some figures that you would not want to exceed, or do you want to deal with this one and then have a new report come back?
I think we should have something with an amount that we do not exceed with delegating that authority before it comes to council, unless Mr. Valchik, you find out that you know, I'm kind of off base on this one, and nobody else does this kind of thing. But just that certain amount that should be brought up in a public session is where I'm going with it.
Sure, Madam Mayor, I think Mr. Marshall has some extra perspective on that, and Mr. Webster as well.
I would,
Mr. Marshall,
Madam Mayor, I wouldn't mind concurring with the good councillor from Holland Landing. We do this report once a year, and I think sometimes we're trying to get almost too streamlined, too efficient. The thing to this that's interesting is it kind of gives a pulse to council and the public as to what kind of write-offs they are, and as immaterial as they may be, it's a point of interest. It's a one-time-a-year report. I would suggest that we might have been overreaching on seeking delegation for, and so to move on, I have no problem as administrator just bringing this report on an annual basis as we've done for the 15 years I've been administrator, and moving on, and it keeps everyone in the same information loop. So I think the councillor does have a very good point.
thank you. Mr. Marshall, did you have additional comments?
I just wanted to make a comment about the process. This is really an MPAC process. So while we don't have a lot of control over what happens, I think it's a good idea to bring a report back on which ones we have written off. Most municipalities have delegated this authority to staff, but I think it's a good idea to bring back just so we can see what the volume is. And so the few years that I've been here, the write-offs have been fairly minimal as well. So under 50,000.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers?
Thank you. If this is controlled by MPAC, is there any way that we as councillors can vote no to it? I've always said that we shouldn't put items on the agenda that we can't vote no to. If this is just here for our receipt, then I'm fine for this coming forward to us for information. I think to Terry's point, it should be in public session so the public can see it. But if this is not something that we have any control over, that we can't vote no to, it should just be here for receipt. And I'm fine with that. And also, I guess my secondary question is, if we did have an issue, if it's here for receipt, but we had an issue with it, it's my understanding we could pull it off and have more of a discussion and have a motion if we needed to. Is that correct?
Mr. Valchik?
I think Mr. Marshall has an answer to that question, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Marshall?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. No, council really doesn't have any authority or power, neither does the town on this. It's basically MPAC reassessing the value and us doing the calculation based on that reassessed value. So the approval is for us to issue the refund, basically, but it's based on MPAC's judgment on the assessed value of the property.
Thank you. So we can just have it come to us for information in the future? Would that make sense? And that way it's in public session. It talks with Councillor Foster was talking about. We get to see it and we can certainly pull it off if there's anything unusual. We suddenly got a $200,000 one or something. Thank you.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, sorry, I was muted.
I was going to say
Gave me the sign.
hadn't been acknowledged. Just further to that discussion that we've had, how should we craft our resolution then that we're going to receive and adopt and that we approve? I don't know if it's appropriate that we necessarily designate authority to approve the adjustments, but perhaps that we, I think maybe just the first two clauses are all we need, but I want to make sure that we capture the intent of the discussion here based on the issues that Councillor Foster and Councillor Carruthers have raised. Just want to make sure this will accomplish what we need it to do.
Thank you. Looking at the last line, perhaps, Mr. Marshall, would that satisfy the need?
I believe we need something in, if it was the intent that staff is still able to sign off and then we report back, maybe the clause is that the authority get delegated to the treasurer and the treasurer reports back annually on the write-offs that have taken place through the year.
I'm just waiting to see the finish of the resolution that we're putting together here.
And report back on an annual basis. I kind of like getting these reports because it gives me a feel of what's happening in the community, that are, sort of some dramatic changes that are taking place, whether it's renovation or destruction by fire or massive zoning changes and that sort of thing. So I do like seeing them as well, even though it feels like we're often just approving something that's a matter of course. Thanks.
Councillor Foster, that was your suggestion. Are you comfortable with what we've put together so far?
Yes, I'm fine with that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. You'll move that?
Absolutely.
And Councillor Roy DeClemente, comfortable with that? Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Are there any other items of business for corporate services at this time?
Nothing further, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. We're down to administration. Mr. Webster, do you have anything for council today?
Not at this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Members of council, any questions of Mr. Webster? Seeing none, we will move on to community infrastructure and environmental services. We have report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're pleased to advise the MTO is proceeding with preliminary design and EA for the 404 link. So what's noteworthy on this is that we have white belt lands just south of the proposed highway location, and through the region's MCR and the town's OP review, there's potential to bring those white belt lands into the urban boundary and classify them as employment lands. So we will be following this very closely, and planning and engineering will be attending the information sessions on the link, and we'll be providing updates as it goes along. But all in all, this is a good news story, and we hope we expect that it will have good results in a couple of years.
It's a great news story. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity that members of council can be updated. We seem to have had it in some bits and pieces, and some of us have a memory from many years ago and others don't, and those memories from years ago probably are a little faded. with the hope of perhaps getting some current information. Is that a possibility, or should we be doing it from our council office?
We could certainly provide an update memo if that's your wish, to provide an update on the project and where it's at right now and kind of what some of the next steps are. We could easily bring that back for council.
Thank you. I don't think there's a rush by any means, but the more we see in the newspaper, the more we have questions when we're out in the community. And if we have the facts, it's a lot easier to converse with those that really want to have some detail. Thank you. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick point. I've been questioned by a few residents that are under the impression that this environmental assessment is a brand new, full-blown environmental assessment. I was kind of under the impression from some of the stuff that I had read that this was more or less an update on some of the information that from a prior environmental assessment. I'm just looking for a little bit of proof there that I'm still on the right track.
Mr. Molinari?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Absolutely. There was an EA that was done back in 2002, I believe, and it just sat on the shelf and is a little stale now. So this is a new EA that's being done. EA has changed process, etc. So they're just updating it to current standards and going through the process from the beginning. But they anticipate the preliminary design will be done approximately beginning of 2023. And we're still waiting to see what the overall project plan is for the overall EA schedule. But we'll dig into it, get some details, and bring it back so that we get everybody brought up to date.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. See no other questions. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crothers, Councillor. Was that Councillor Morton? Yes, it was. Thank you, Councillor Crothers, Councillor Morton. All those in favor? And that's carried. Mr. Molinari, is there anything else under infrastructure and environmental services that we should be aware of today?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There is one other item. We just received notice this morning, in fact, of an online open house for the Mount Albert water supply upgrades and environmental assessment. So the region is looking at a somewhat new format. They're looking at having an online open house that would go from October 30th to November 13th. I don't have a lot of details on what that looks like at this point, but that is open for providing some public input and gathering some more information with regards to this overall project. So those people that are interested, there's a website link, york.ca/EA, that will provide additional details.
Thank you very much. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this update? Councillor Crone, Councillor Foster, all those in favor, and that's carried. Exciting news. I hope that all members of council receive an invitation at some point to be involved with this as well. Thank you. With that, I will move to the adoption of our minutes from our meeting held on October 6th. Moved by Councillor Persicini, seconded by Councillor Crothers. So this is, council meetings for the 6th and the 14th. Be it resolved that council adopt the following minutes: council minutes from the meeting held on October 6, 2020, and special council minutes from the meeting held on October 14th. All those in favor?
Yep.
And that's carried. We have no correspondence for consideration, and we are at a closed meeting to proceed into a closed meeting of Municipal Council for a personal matter about an identifiable or identifiable individuals, Municipal Act Section 2392B, Council appointed committee applications and resignations. And be it resolved that council proceed into a closed meeting at 150 to deal with the following matters: personal matters about an identifiable or identifiable individuals, Municipal Act Section 2392B, council appointed committee applications and resignations. I have a mover and a seconder, please.
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Crothers, Councillor Roy DeClemente. All those in favor? That's carried. We are now back in public session, and
Give us a second to switch over, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'm getting the high sign. We're okay. Is that correct?
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. So we're at Q number 2, to rise and report from closed meeting of Municipal Council. Be it resolved that Council rise and report from a closed meeting of Municipal Council at 1:54 p.m. and that Council endorse all directions provided to staff at the closed meeting of Municipal Council held on October 20th, 2020. That would be moved by Councillor Crothers, seconded by Councillor Morton. All those in favor? And that's carried. We have no resolutions at this time. I am at bylaws. Okay, Mr. Lamanna, are you going to introduce the two new bylaws?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to make sure that you captured bylaw 2020-088 and 089, one being the resignation of Adriana Carlin and one being the appointment of Mr. Goldsworthy, please.
Thank you. I have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Crone, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor? That's carried. Okay. We're down to T1, and that's workshop topics for November 10th, 2020. Mr. Webster, would you?
Mayor, we've collectively done a great job this year, both the administration and council, of moving through many workshop topics. And at this point in time, we do not have any planned for November or December. However, we are open to add one, subject to council's direction. And two, we are planning for early in the new year, probably January, to do our annual growth management update workshop, where we will cover off a number of topics. So that's where we are at this point in time. For sure, November is not required. We may populate December with some official plan update, maybe some other infrastructure. So I would ask that the November date not be set aside at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Persichini.
Christmas party. Could we do something crazy? I know we're not having the Christmas
We'll
party. I just thought I could throw that in there. We haven't talked about it, but staff Christmas party, just, you know, I don't know. Just to break the ice here. Everybody's so serious.
Everyone's so serious. So perhaps by the time we're hitting the end of November or the first part of December, things will have changed out there in our community. And after seeing what was secured as far as the arena, the creative thinking that we have, perhaps someone will have some creative thinking about how we can celebrate Christmas. For now, we'll leave it at that, but I'm open to suggestions if someone has a brainwave along the way. With that, could I have a mover and seconder for our confirming bylaw, please? Councillor Persichini, Councillor Foster, all those in favor? That's carried, and an adjournment, and that is 1:57. Moved by Councillor Roy D. Clemente, seconded by Councillor Crothers. All those in favor, and that's carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, staff. Thank you, council. Keep well, and we are now adjourned.